Now, Donald Trump is insisting that the main reason he's interested in Venezuela, the main reason the US is kind of looking at tankers off the coast of Venezuela comes back to drugs, the trade, the smuggling of illegal drugs out of Venezuela. But what if it's not just that? Maybe there's something else going on. What if it's partly about oil? Now, on the surface, you might be thinking, why does America even need Venezuelan oil? And I can kind of understand your point, because if you look at just total oil production, look, this is up until 2005, the US was there, Venezuela was there, Saudi Arabia was there. But as you probably know, since then, everything has changed. Look, American output has gone through the roof, way above Saudi Arabia, and Venezuela has gone basically to the floor. And that's kind of post-Chavez, Maduro. They're one of the minnows now, I think 21st biggest producer in the world. So again, that question, why should America care? Well, in the US, that big rise is largely down to this. It's down to the shale revolution. So you've got fracking all around the US producing extraordinary amounts of crude oil. And here's where we get to the interesting bit. Because when you're thinking about crude oil, maybe you're just thinking about, well, look, barrels of oil. It's all the same, isn't it? Well, actually, no. So if you kind of look at crude oil, there are various different types of crude in different parts of the world. There's actually kind of various different ways you can categorize it. But one way you can look at it is look at the kind of density. So you're basically looking at how thick that crude is. And when I say thick, I mean literally how thick. This is showing you global production broken down by the density of that oil. And so you've got the kind of medium stuff. And this is probably, if you've got kind of image in your mind of what crude oil looks like, it's a bit like this, it's kind of black, but it's not too viscous, it flows around. But there's other stuff as well. So this is light crude. It kind of almost looks like a smoothie, doesn't it? And that's the same stuff. This is still crude oil, but down to the kind of geological and the biological conditions in the ground when it was being formed, hundreds of millions of years ago, it comes out looking a bit different. And so that's light. You've also got heavy stuff. And it's kind of relatively small in global production, but this is gloopy, super viscous stuff. Heavy oil, so heavy, medium, light. Remember that. And remember also, the key thing here is, you get it out of the ground, it may look like that, but ultimately, you still need it to go into, someone's car, or indeed, be turned into chemicals. Basically, you need to process it, and that processing, that happens in places like this, in refineries. And there are refineries all over the world, of course. There are refineries all over the US as well. There's kind of more than 100 of them. And if we kind of look at where those refineries are, well, so there's some in California. So the history in America, actually, historically, a lot of the early Californian oil, that was the heavy, gloopy stuff. And if you look at kind of some of the refineries in America, so here are some of the refineries. There's one in LA there. These are the 10 biggest. You've got some up here around kind of towards Canada. We'll kind of come to that in a second. But a lot of them are down there, kind of Texas, Louisiana, on the coast. And here's the critical thing. These refineries are primarily set up for heavy oil, for taking that gloopy stuff and turning it into gasoline and all of the other different products. But here's where things get interesting. And remember that chart I showed you a moment ago, the one which showed kind of shale oil and how it kind of went through the roof? The oil that's generally produced with shale oil, the fracking oil, that comes out of the ground mostly in the light form. So it's the smoothie. It's sometimes actually even clear. It comes out of the ground clear rather than black. And that's the majority of American production right now. Shale oil tends to be light stuff. And actually, that's kind of going back 10 years. Look at where we are now. Look at those bars. In the last few years, the amount of light oil being produced in the US has gone up and up and up, and the amount of kind of heavy stuff has gone down. But back to those refineries. They need to be fed. If America's going to have gasoline, it needs to feed those refineries with heavy oil. So if you look at the kind of imports coming into America, in recent years, even though America is producing so much oil, more oil than it ever produced before, it still needs to suck in loads of oil from overseas. And the type of oil we're talking about, it used to be, it's mostly heavy crude. It used to be only 12%. So only 12% of imports were heavy, gloopy crude. Now, it's about 70%. So 70% of the oil coming into America, which it needs to basically keep its economy going, is heavy crude. And where does heavy crude come from? Well, here are some of the big countries where you find most of it. It's Canada and Venezuela. There's one other I'll come to in a second, which we'll come back to. But it's Canada and it's Venezuela where you get most of this heavy crude oil, which is why, back to think about where those refineries are, they're mostly set up kind of, you've got some in the north there to get the heavy oil coming out of Canada, and you've got some around the kind of Louisiana and elsewhere and Texas to get that heavy oil that comes in from Venezuela. That was kind of the way they were set up. And it's really expensive to rebuild these things. You can't just chuck out a refinery very easily overnight. Some came from Mexico and the Gulf of Mexico as well, and that was pretty heavy too. So that's the picture in America. And the upshot is, even though America is producing more and more oil, the imports, this is showing you imports of oil into America, are still really high. And if you break down those imports by the country that stuff is coming from, well, there's Venezuela. And it used to be a decent slug, actually more coming from Venezuela just about than from Canada, just at the turn of the millennium. But now look at what's happened since. Right now, Canada has gone from 15% of all of the US imports of oil to 61%. 61%. And Venezuela is basically next to nothing. But here's what's tantalizing, and here's the reason I think that a lot of people are looking towards Venezuela and thinking, well, there's more to this than just drugs. Look at total oil reserves around the world. The higher these bars are, the more oil there is in the ground, so that hasn't yet been taken out of the ground. So there you've got Saudi, Iran, Iraq, all of the usual suspects. But the biggest of all, and this is according to various different sources, the biggest of all is Venezuela. And what's that oil? It's the heavy, tarry stuff that you might well want to put into those American refineries. And there is really only one other place in the world that has a kind of serious amount of heavy oil other than Canada and Venezuela. And lo and behold, guess where that is? It's Russia. All of which is to say, you know, it matters what kind of oil America needs. It's worth just delving into these kind of nuances because that helps you understand a little bit more about the backstory of geopolitics.
Welcome to On Politics. Still on the matter. Blash is another debate genocide again. Oh. It's becoming clear as him. This is not about genocide, but the real deal. The conspiracy theories like us often put forward. Anyway, let's take another one. Let's see.
As we can do a safe, proper, and until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it essentially until such time as a proper transition can take place.
Now my problem with this Tunanja and his friend Jide, who all they do is just stick to what they know yesterday and follow the headlines of today. How they go commode head of government when I go the thought it no be cool or they never succeed? Like, that's the most dumbest argument why I don't hear lately about this thing. Come on, the leader of the country, you say no, they never succeed. Like, not be saying na internal security kidnap am. Another country stand up from their house, go comot your president. You see, they never succeed. When they tell you, they say, you know, listen to Trump broadcast. People think I don't know what I'm saying. They tell you say they are on ground to run it. When I see they say, they say like, God will help us. Anyway, let me play one more video, I think. Then we go to the cross of the matter. What we should be expecting there. What we should be expecting as Nigerians, since we are a host country to the ongoing World War III.
A drug dealer? No, I haven't really thought too much about him. He's been fairly hostile to the United States, and I haven't given him a lot of thought. He's going to have himself some big problems if he doesn't wise up. Colombia is producing a lot of drugs. They have cocaine factories that they make cocaine, as you know, and they sell it right into the United States. So he better wise up, or he'll be next. He'll be next too. And I hope he's listening. He's going to be next.
Well, I'm glad now. When I dey scream, you should take this man serious. Take the time serious. There's a reason they selected him, a man with such a personality, to lead America at this point of their history. Yeah, not making any mistake. They know the man has a capacity to stay on talking crap to you people 24/7, and he never disappoints. That's what they need. Distract the majority away from what is at stake. So, my Abuja people, Tinubu, I sympathize with you. At the same time, I don't sympathize with you. You want power, you got it. Now, you also have to accommodate what comes with it. So, as a Nigerian who around the talking for how many years, that Nigeria, it will be a host nation to the Third World War. And when I said it a couple of years ago, people thought I was crazy. We are a hosting nation because of what? Destiny? Because we are a host nation because, one, on the surface, they are approaching the World War, the Third World War, from a civilization point of view. And Nigeria is kind of like a confluent state, just like a Lokoja, where the two river Nigerians meet. Same thing, the two biggest civilization currently, politically speaking, which is the Christian and the religion and the Islamic knowledge, met in Nigeria pretty much evenly, and that will not work. One has to lead, and that's where we are. That's the cover of the whole thing, but underneath it is the course of nature, the resources that beneath the geography that those two civilizations are fighting for. So that qualifies us to be a host nation. Plus, we are just at the tip of the Atlantic Ocean, where the resources and what have you can easily be move around. So you don't have power, you don't have military power, those ocean fronts don't belongs to you. So then corruption, then any attempts to move towards socialism, all those things are crime that the US don't want to accommodate. A word is accommodate. They don't want to accommodate that. Now it's up to you to say fuck off, fuck you, or yes sir. Either one, they don't give a shit. So to my Abuja family, when I talk about Abuja family, I'm talking about the ruling class, the ruling elite, the global, the the economic elites. I mean, we talked about what an elite means. So either you are in business environment, religious environment, the academic environment, you are stuck in bureaucrats, you are a mobile politician, every one of you has been treated as one regardless of the position you have. So this is the time for the Nigerian governing elite to come together and carry out these five things ASAP. Or else, well, I don't need to over tell themselves. I don't need to tell them everything will happen. So at this point, the Nigerian ordinary Nigerian masses have a have a I don't know, should I say a companion, have a partner, in this case, the warrant of America. Since the ordinary Nigerian they shout for decades, nobody won't listen. Then Big Brother has spoken, and he's spoken in conjunction with the ordinary Nigerian people. So, and I think the message is very clear, and it got to the right source. The president gets the message. Every one of them get the message, and I can tell you right now they are all running a scatter. We don't know where our president is. And I don't think a lot of people are complaining, are concerned because they know why he's not around. On a normal day, we would shout, "Where's our president? Our president no do Christmas, he no do New Year, he did not address us. Do that, do that." I think that complaint, that energy, the Nigerian people has relinquished to Donald Trump, who decided to, rearrange the noise and channel it to where it matters. So they get the picture. So I don't think anybody is surprised now why Bola Tinubu is not in the country. Wow, what a time! What a time! So if they have any idea of going towards socialism, it's a good thing if they think they can pull it off. But America is watching. When you take towards socialism, as I said, good or bad, you have picked a side, and that side does not correspond with what America wants. And in the words of Eric Kissinger, it is dangerous to be an American enemy, but even more fatal to be an ally. To be an ally. So Nigeria wants to be an ally, wants to play neutral, but you have to be loud and clear about it. The Trump-led administration, no, they don't want crooked movement. Crooked. I'm sure that about Friday night do crooked, right? Con that phrase. So the Americas, the White House, don't. In fact, the whole idea of America stand against what socialism, whatever it means or whatever I think it can provide. They don't want that. So it's a big problem, which is pretty much what the other half of the country, Nigeria now, are nursing, which I'm talking about the North. Their religion pretty much champions socialism. So it's not something you will either challenge them, blame them. No. That's cast in stone. So I don't know if we can literally mute that aspect, at least for the meantime, not to provoke Big Brother, because he's watching. Big Brother is watching. You know, Oh, Mr. James. Okay, I will give you the link. I just see this thing now. That's number one. If you guys have socialism in your artillery, just mute them for now. Take it out. Take it out for now and keep it aside. Because they will use that route and go to meet you. Drug trafficking. We all painted our president when he was running for that position as a drug lord. So I don't think we can everly come back from that if Big Brother choose to come at us through that route. If you say Bola Tinubu is a drug lord, he's been peddling drugs since days in America and all that, I don't think anybody can argue against that because it was the overwhelming theme, it was the motto of the opposition leading to 2023 general election. So that's one, the drug trafficker, where I understand that my guy, now him be the leader of NDLE. I'm talking about none other person than Buba Marwa, a man which I wanted him to run for the position of the presidency during last election, but I couldn't win him over. Anyway, oil. Do I need to speak more about oil? Some dumb and daft people say no, they say and because of our resources, even though our resources, even because of that, are we benefiting from it? Like very stupid and foolish reasoning. Not be that. Why you know they benefit from it? Because your brother, your friend, your son, your uncle, your daddy, they oppress you. Because now Nigerians they oppress you, and you are not ashamed as an adult. You carry your big mouth. They come outside. They are oppressing. We are not even seeing the oil. We are not even seeing the oil. So why are they? You know the shame. Say now your mate now they oppress you over your own oil. So when some people stand for outside these shouts, they say now our resources, are we benefiting from the resources? Are we benefiting from resources? Aren't you ashamed of yourself that you are not benefiting from resources and you come out and say you complain? Who they complain to? They go ask you who they deprive you from the oil. Now your own countryman, nobody else. So if you can scream and complain as a child, you are a grown-ass motherfucker now. So internalize all your complaint and process them differently. Immigration, after all, some other dumb people say the things say, oh, there's no correlation between banning of visa and Christian genocide. And on this, in the same vein, they will tell you, say, oh, the visa ban was because they could not verify Nigeria. Nigga, what was the verification? Is about to verify who is a terrorist and who is not. And the terrorists are responsible for Christian genocide. And if you cannot see the parallel, why that transferred to visa ban, I don't understand how adult things anymore. They will come up big, a big mouth. It's not because of genocide. Another reason, gold. We do have it. Now the cause quarrel for Zamfara and the rest. Gold is very, very valuable because it helps to boycott any sanction that will come in form of dollar or yen or whatever currency that we are going to be, pay our allegiance to going forward. In order for us to any nation to navigate those kind of sanctions, you have to have natural resources to navigate. That's why Venezuela is a high target. They use their gold to be able to navigate all the pressure and the sanction that's coming from the America to stay afloat. And the last one, your friends, the kind of friends you make. America wants to tell you who you can take as friend and who you cannot. Again, that's how the world works. You either stop them or you say yes, sir. They don't want you to be fucking around with the Chinese, the Russians, Iranians. They don't want that. So our ruling class in Abuja, pay attention. Oriyomi. James, good morning. Mr. James, good morning. I think,
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
yes.
So, how market?
Oh, everything is going well. It's going out according to plans. I guess they go well. But I don't think it's going well
Who
for
planned
the.
it?
It's not going well for the Tunubu and friends. I don't know how the market they
Uh,
go. But
the,
for the
the
rest
issue
of
is
us,
that
for the rest of Nigerians, I think market is going well.
they plan to become president and what have you. So, these are things that goes with it.
Yes,
So, they should carry their load on their head.
that's it. It's
Is
just
it true
for.
that Gumi deleted his tweets?
I've seen all kind of headline, but I've not really bothered to want to check or confirm it.
And
So no, I don't
I
really. I
also,
just
I'm also hearing, I'm also hearing that the Sultan has gone underground.
I don't know. I don't know. Those kind of headlines,
They are
they
not
don't get anywhere
sensational.
to hide. Our Nigeria elite, where they won't go hide. They don't have anywhere to hide. In fact,
They
in
could
the
hide.
whole, if Meduro could not hide, who won't hide?
No, 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 he was given away. He was
But then
given away.
that's because that's
Just
your
like
point of view, not able to hide. If somebody can give you away, that means you know if you hide with that now.
yeah, I was reading it somewhere. I can't remember on the social media. They said Venezuela security had a price, and the Americans paid the price.
It's always like that. Everybody has a price.
Yeah,
That's
so it was
why,
given away.
yeah, that's how it works. That's how it works now. So if you cannot hide, that means you are you pretty much can do and just. I mean, his own is. I don't think they will do him anything. They will just. We might not just hear from him again, but that's it because they got him. They've gotten what they want. So what's the point of you know? They've humiliated him enough. It's not ever coming back to power. But ultimately, they got it what they want is the control of the country. So every other thing from now does is not relevant. The question is who's next?
Maybe Uncle Bola is next. Nobody knows.
Yeah, no, I think they will allow him to write till 2027. He will just be putting pressure, more fire to his ass. So by 2027, if he's not fully on board, then they will replace him. It's as simple as that.
Well, I doubt if they will be able to wait till 27.
They will. This is a long fight. This in the next 10 years. This is what you are going to be seeing from one country to another. One country to another. It's just that at this point, every leader knows what to do. They don't need you don't need
No,
deeper explanation. They know what to do.
the, co- the country will break up. The country is breaking up.
I don't think so.
Can you hear me?
They- yes, I say I don't think so. Nigeria, it cannot break up. Not now. If anything like that.
Anyway, let's watch and see.
Yeah. The world power are not asking for that. They are asking for total submission. And our elites don't have the heart to say they don't want to give total submission. So,
There's no way Bola will lose the 2027 election. There's absolutely no way.
oh, it depends what the Americans want.
No, I mean, everything is in his favor.
Yeah, well, my own is to watch and see how they how they wiggle their way out. But my and see how they will forge ahead.
Anyway, but it's very surprising that the Northerners are cooling down. Unlike the arrogance they've been displaying since Shagari's days up to now, it's very surprising that they are capable of being humiliated.
Yeah, but what do you expect them to do? They're
No,
waiting for
but
their turn now.
no, no.
I
What I
think they are
mean,
the
consider the arrogance.
no, I think when it comes to Nigeria, they are the most prepared for this period. They are prepared.
Prepare for what?
Never not to lose the control of the whatever they are controlling now. They are prepared for these
Look,
days.
they've lost control.
No, they've not.
I'm telling you, they have lost control.
Mr. James, they have 19 states.
Please
They've
forget
not.
those things.
You can't. You keep forgetting that regardless of what happened, Nigeria will still do election. And they are solidly or everybody is in agreement with the turn by turn.
Well,
So
excuse me. Do you
they
think
can
the
afford to be
election?
quiet for the next 4 years.
Do you
They can
think the
afford
election will be fair? Fair?
so that's what I'm saying. They can afford to be quiet for the next 4 years. They don't have anything to
No,
lose.
excuse me. Yes, there will be no glitch after 1931.
No, regardless of what happened, if they successfully maintain the presidency in the South in 2031, regardless of what happened, the presidency will go to them. Regardless.
You watch and
That's
see.
why I say
But
they
we
are
live long.
prepared. They still, huh?
But we live long.
I mean, you just need to look at the people in the elite, the way they move. They are all scared. That's one thing. Nobody wants to be responsible for anything that will go wrong. So that's why I know that they will not go out of line. They are all scared. They have so much to lose, not just in Nigeria, but all their life is abroad. So that's why they will sacrifice every other person for their own benefit. So they will maintain the state the way it is. And the Nigerian people don't have what it takes to fight.
Look, rightly predicted, a war theater is in its embryo in West Africa. World War Theater.
Yeah, but
Nigeria.
we are not the one fighting it.
I know.
We are
Look,
the
look. It's
grass.
like no. It's like the World Wars. Africans were fighting each other in European uniforms.
That's what I'm saying. So
And
we are fighting for them.
they were
So we are not
no,
fighting for
good.
our good. We are fighting for
Exactly.
their victory.
The World War has started. Believe what I mean. Anything can happen
Oh
between
yeah.
Nigeria and Nigeria or the Sahelian states before 1931 or even before next year. Anything can happen. You get the point?
Yeah, but not well, yeah, anything we have, but whatever that is happening in Nigeria is already happening.
No, no, no.
We are just going to
Look,
cede more control to the
it,
winner. That's
it
it.
has not started. It has not started. These are just preliminaries.
I don't understand.
No, where is Bola Tinubu?
He's going to negotiate.
Where? Which country? Where is he at the moment? As you and me are
It doesn't
talking now,
matter.
where is he?
It
It
doesn't matter.
matters.
No, it
Why is he
doesn't.
hiding it? Why is he hiding
That
it?
he's pursuing a personal goal. I don't say you should. He has gotten the picture. I don't think we Nigeria should not be worried. He has carried his
No, no,
cross.
I'm not worried. I'm asking because look, the war
No,
has
he's in the
started.
West. He's negotiating. It doesn't matter where he is.
The war. Look. The war has started. The Third World War has started.
Yeah.
We-
It's been going on for a minute.
yes, it has been going on. So let's watch how it will unfold.
Yeah, when it comes to every other place, see all the African continent, the wars will happen, they will change all their governance. That's it. We don't have only South Africa. I'm hopeful that on the long run, they will be in a better position to forge ahead without with freedom, 100%. That those are the only
No,
countries so far.
no, not African countries might also do well after the war.
Yeah, those people, I don't really pay attention to them because they don't see themselves as Africans, so I don't
Yeah,
bother.
like
They're
Morocco,
Arabs.
Tunisia, and Algeria, maybe
Those are all
Egypt.
their own Middle Eastern countries.
No, because
I've given up on them.
politically, politically, they are more organized. They are more focused.
Yeah, that's why I
And
said I don't I don't really.
you see when
I
the
see
Third
how
World War,
I see how they relate when I was in Qatar.
yeah, you see
That's the whole Middle East.
when
That
the
one see.
when Third World War will virtually blow out in full, you will see Nigerians wearing Western uniform and the Nigerians wearing Russian uniforms. Nigerians will be fighting Nigerians
No, no, no. See,
in Africa.
Mr. James, you guys are giving
Yes.
Russia too much credit. I don't know why you
No,
people
no,
see
what,
Russia
no,
as what.
I'm not saying they will win the war, they will lose it. Africans will fight the war on the terms of other countries, not on
No,
African terms.
they will not even do. See, Mr. James, America is not ready to go back and forth with anybody, including China. They're not ready. They are very fierce. Once they're ready, they strike you, they're gone. That's why the ideas of fighting, those days are gone. So that's why I say the leaders knows they are not ready to do no. They tell you this is it, you don't tap tap tap. They come in and within seconds they're done with whatever they are doing. They don't even want to use you to fight anymore. Technology is at its best it can be for them. So the worst that will happen to Nigeria is they bomb us to another century. But as one, these our elite, both from the north and the south, all their wealth is outside the country. So they will compromise. They are not ready to stand their ground. They will all compromise from Saudi Arabia to Washington. They will all give in when they turn the fire on. Because now it's visa now. Before you know, they will start seizing their properties abroad. They will start seizing their
They've
bank
done that
account.
already. No, excuse me, they have done that already. Are you getting me? They are
Not
doing that
really.
already. No, no, no. Look, you and me will not know. This is how they go about it.
Yeah, but until they
Let's say you have,
officialize it.
let's say you have an account in a bank in London or New York. If you sign a check to somebody to collect money from the account, they will return your check and say your signature is irregular. That is a warning
No.
signal to you that the policies you are pursuing is
Yeah,
inconsistent with what is expected of you.
that is in the line, but
Then,
they have not implemented it yet.
and if you bought shares in companies at the end of the year, when the company declare share their what's it called profits, your account will not be credited. Then that is
Yeah,
it's a warning signal to you.
once they started doing it, we will know because even themselves will start crying. I mean
You will not know.
The
People will
Nigerian
ask, how
leaders.
did you get the money? They will keep quiet. Look, look. Do you know Michael Hebrew?
Yeah, the Hebrew
What
brothers,
happened to the
three of
Hebrew?
them.
Sorry, not Hebrew. No. Sorry, not Hebrew. What's this man's name? Okotiebo.
Yeah, the former finance minister.
You still remember Okotiebo?
Yes, the former finance minister,
What
right?
happened to his money in the Swiss banks?
Was his.
Yeah, nobody is able to raise any alarm.
Yeah, of course, because of
Did they release it to anyone?
what he involved as at that time. No, my point is that by the time they start implementing all these things, we will know. They've not started implementing it yet. It's in their. I mean, I don't even think they even go that far. They've skipped all that to just strike.
You will not know.
Striking was the
Take it
last
from me.
option, but they forget all those and just went straight to striking. So that's why I say they are not even ready to even go back and forth with anybody. It's a serious, it's a serious time we're in.
This airstrike they carried out in northern Nigeria We do not know what is behind it.
Huh? You said?
We don't know what caused it. What they have negotiated behind the scene, which are not working out, that led to this bombing. You and me will never know.
No, I know. I
You
might
and
not
me
know
will
the.
never know what happened
I
behind the
know.
scene.
I know. I
I
might
said,
not
you
know the.
and me will never know what happened behind the scene before this bombing took place.
Oh, all I need to know is what they want. That's all I need to know. That's all what Nigeria needs to know. What is these people want? Now, the terms of negotiation, of course, we are not going to be preview, but we know what they want. I don't want China sharing bed with them. It's as simple as that. The war is against China.
So the
If China
war,
is in your country, you will be visited. That's first.
the war is already
And we
on.
have
So
a lot
let
of
us
them.
brace up for
We have
very
about
hard
20
times.
billion. Meduro is in debt with China for about 60 billion. We are 20 something billion. So
And okay, look, you remember the new tax law. It is a French company. No, excuse me. The new tax law in Nigeria, it is a French company that is collecting the taxes. You are aware.
yes, that's with America approval.
Are you aware?
Yes, with America approval.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm aware. Dr. Lameji, I said Dr. Mr. James,
I
I'm
said it's
ahead
a
of
French
all these
company
things.
that
I've
is
been talking
collecting the
about
tax.
this thing months ago. That's why that's why I'm being challenged like
I
an
know.
escape about it. I'm ahead of all these things. So when then said it is the West that we collect our taxes. That was when during Buhari time now. Before Buhari, but no, the first week of
Go, no,
Bola
you see,
Tinubu
the issue
taking
is
off.
this. If the West is collecting our taxes, which company is paying how much? What are they paying for? What kind of business are they doing? So all the Chinese companies, the Iranian companies, the Turkish companies in Nigeria, they already have it in their pocket. The
Yeah.
war is already on.
Yeah,
The
it's
war is
beyond.
And
It's
let's see
beyond.
how it's going to end. Maybe in our lifetime. Maybe we
No,
will not survive it. Maybe we will survive it. I do not know. But let's see what will happen in our lifetime.
Nigerian situation is very is very straightforward. The people who are in charge of our fear are not the people we want to
It's
say yes.
precariously straightforward.
They are straightforward.
It's precariously straightforward.
Very straight. Very, very straight. So that's
My
why I
line is
believe that.
breaking.
That's why I believe that we'll come out of this. Jama,
Take it back.
Jama, you are muted though. If not, you be take it back.
Take it back. Or back it take. Okay, Mr. V.
Yes.
I want to go to my second office. When I get there, I will hook up if you are still online.
Okay, thank you, Mr. J.
Okay.
Trump is insisting that the main reason he's interested in Venezuela, the main reason the US is kind of looking at tankers off the coast of Venezuela comes back to drugs, the trade, the smuggling of illegal drugs out of Venezuela. But what if it's not just that? Maybe there's something else going on. What if it's partly about oil? Now, on the surface, you might be thinking, why does America even need Venezuelan oil? And I can kind of understand your point, because if you look at just total oil production, look, this is up until 2005, the US was there, Venezuela was there, Saudi Arabia was there. But as you probably know, since then, everything has changed. Look, American output has gone through the roof, way above Saudi Arabia, way above Saudi Arabia. And Venezuela has gone basically to the floor. And that's kind of post-Chavez, Maduro. They're one of the minnows now, I think 21st biggest producer in the world. So again, that question, why should America care? Well, in the US, that big rise is largely down to this. It's down to the shale revolution. So you've got fracking all around the US producing extraordinary amounts of crude oil. And here's where we get to the interesting bit. Because when you're thinking about crude oil, maybe you're just thinking about, well, look, barrels of oil. It's all the same, isn't it? Well, actually, no. So if you kind of look at crude oil, there are various different types of crude in different parts of the world. There's actually kind of various different ways you can categorize it, but one way you can look at it is look at the kind of density. So you're basically looking at how thick that crude is. And when I say thick, I mean literally how thick. This is showing you global production broken down by the density of that oil. And so you've got the kind of medium stuff. And this is probably, if you're thinking, if you've got kind of image in your mind of what crude oil looks like, it's a bit like this. It's kind of black, but it's not too viscous. It flows around. But there's other stuff as well. So this is light crude. And it kind of almost looks like a smoothie, doesn't it? And that's the same stuff. This is still crude oil, but down to the kind of geological and the biological conditions in the ground when it was being formed, hundreds of millions of years ago, it comes out looking a bit different. And so that's light. You've also got heavy stuff. And it's kind of relatively small in global production. But this is gloopy, super viscous stuff. Heavy oil. So heavy, medium, light. Remember that. And remember also, the key thing here is, you get it out of the ground, it may look like that, but ultimately, you still need it to go into, someone's car, or indeed, be turned into chemicals. Basically, you need to process it, and that processing, that happens in places like this, in refineries, and there are refineries all over the world, of course. There are refineries all over the US as well. There's kind of more than 100 of them. And if we kind of look at where those refineries are, well, so there's some in California. So the history in America, actually, historically, a lot of the early Californian oil, that was the heavy, gloopy stuff. And if you look at kind of some of the refineries in America, so here are some of the refineries. There's one in LA there. These are the 10 biggest. You've got some up here around kind of towards Canada. We'll kind of come to that in a second. But a lot of them are down there, kind of Texas, Louisiana, on the coast. And here's the critical thing. These refineries are primarily set up for heavy oil, for taking that gloopy stuff and turning it into gasoline and all of the other different products. But here's where things get interesting. And remember that chart I showed you a moment ago, the one which showed kind of shale oil and how it kind of went through the roof? The oil that's generally produced with shale oil, the fracking oil, that comes out of the ground mostly in the light form. So it's the smoothie. It's sometimes actually even clear. It comes out of the ground clear rather than black. And that's the majority of American production right now. Shale oil tends to be light stuff. And actually, that's kind of going back 10 years. Look at where we are now. Look at those bars. In the last few years, the amount of light oil being produced in the US has gone up and up and up, and the amount of kind of heavy stuff has gone down. But back to those refineries. They need to be fed. If America's going to have gasoline, it needs to feed those refineries with heavy oil. So if you look at the kind of imports coming into America, in recent years, even though America is producing so much oil, more oil than it ever produced before, it still needs to suck in loads of oil from overseas. And the type of oil we're talking about, it used to be, it's mostly heavy crude. It used to be only 12%. So only 12% of imports were heavy, gloopy crude. Now, it's about 70%. So 70% of the oil coming into America, which it needs to basically keep its economy going, is heavy crude. And where does heavy crude come from? Well, here are some of the big countries where you find most of it. It's Canada and Venezuela. There's one other I'll come to in a second, which we'll come back to. But it's Canada and it's Venezuela where you get most of this heavy crude oil, which is why, about to think about where those refineries are, they're mostly set up, kind of, you've got some in the north there to get the heavy oil coming out of Canada, and you've got some around the kind of Louisiana and elsewhere and Texas to get that heavy oil that comes in from Venezuela. That was kind of the way they were set up. And it's really expensive to rebuild these things. You can't just chuck out a refinery very easily overnight. Some came from Mexico and the Gulf of Mexico as well, and that was pretty heavy too. So that's the picture in America. And the upshot is, even though America is producing more and more oil, the imports, this is showing you imports of oil into America, are still really high. And if you break down those imports by the country that stuff is coming from, well, there's Venezuela. And it used to be a decent slug, actually more came from Venezuela just about than from Canada, just at the turn of the millennium. But now look at what's happened since. Right now, Canada has gone from 15% of all of the US imports of oil to 61%. 61%. And Venezuela is basically next to nothing. But here's what's tantalizing, and here's the reason I think that a lot of people are looking towards Venezuela and thinking, well, there's more to this than just drugs. Look at total oil reserves around the world. The higher these bars are, the more oil there is in the ground, so that hasn't yet been taken out of the ground. So there you've got Saudi, Iran, Iraq, all of the usual suspects. But the biggest of all, various different sources, the biggest of all is Venezuela. And what's that oil? It's the heavy, tarry stuff that you might well want to put into those American refineries. And there is really only one other place in the world that has a kind of serious amount of heavy oil other than Canada and Venezuela. And lo and behold, guess where that is? It's Russia. All of which is to say, you know, it matters what kind of oil America needs. It's worth just delving into these kind of nuances because that helps you understand a little bit more about the backstory of geopolitics.
So let's start about that. $1.99 a gallon. It might be great for a lot of people.
America has too much oil. They don't need no oil. Now because they think you guys are selfish and like the ability to think beyond your stomach. You worry about yourself. Just like your leaders, they worry about themselves and their immediate children. These motherfuckers are fighting for the next 5-10 generations to come. So I don't expect I don't expect you guys. George, you sent me video. I don't know. This guy where you sent for me is my village guy. So you people should, well, it's better I say me gonna know who knows that because of our so that those of us will know when we come out at the top, we chop our oil by ourselves so that because you guys very slow in thinking. Imagine says another man they can't save you, say because say it's because you are your faith or because you are like I don't even know how people raise it. People they don't understand how the world works. Or that man go spend in hiding resources to say because he want to save you. Why? Because you serve the God that they created. Chai. Anyway, very soon you go see clear. You go see clear for everybody as they come. These guys aren't fucking around because you're loyal to their God or not. This is about survival. Civilization and survival. Yeah, one Trump was talking about. Trump was warning the Venezuelan politicians. He was talking to the politicians. That's the video I really want to play. When was this? Yeah, this is it.
What happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't.
This motherfucker out, man.
And military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just, fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation this morning. It's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. All political and military figures and
Now, people go say, oh, who are they to the dictator? Yes, that's a very fucking right question. But don't just ask question, act on it. Because when somebody slap you, you have two choices. You either walk away or you retaliate. So the idea, you go see sit down the process and through moral standard. The next one I kill you. So if at this point people are still debating, but the Trump administration has the rights to do what they are doing, then you're a fool. They are not telling you they are going to do it. They are doing it. In fact, they tell you, see, they will do it and they go do it. Then some people go see stand and say, oh, it doesn't have the moral right. Yes, it doesn't have the moral right, but it's done. What choice do you have? Suck it up or you go for a fight. And they try tell the likes of Two Ninja and Jide, say, now their rhetoric, the way that they think, now ain't go make them massacre millions of people this year. And they go pay so they will go carry a sitting president. They come out for power. You see, they argue, say, they never succeed. The military are holding ground. You they mad? Oh my God! You see, now this foolishness where people all they want to focus on is the headlines. What is happening now? They don't bother to actually go do the real work. How did we arrive at this point? You see America assemble warship more than they did in Second World War. You see they want fuck around. You will know who sabi make matches. No country one-on-one go fit stand one half of America. One-on-one. Like with the military might America, you did way America did not forget all their all their gadgets outside the country. The country itself, if you split it into two, north and south, no nation on earth go fit stand one part of the country. Now, you need to go internalize that first before you want to argue on. America has what it takes to stand against the whole world, militarily speaking. Now, I'm not saying they are going to win, but for you to have what it takes, bring it on. That's a different level of madness. So, like OT, they stand moral standard. What the fuck is moral standard? Oh my word. And you take it back? Take what back? Did he say even when they are fair, it will happen to... No, one wait. Okay, let me play that back.
Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation this morning.
Now, you understand by talking to the... You have to be fair to your people. Now, who defined that fairness? That's, I think, Lucifer, that's where you are. you are going with your curiosity, right? Who defined that fairness? That's the question. They define that fairness. And again, this is no, it's not new. That's why see. I don't know, Lucifer, if you are on Dr. Damage yesterday when I was visibly angry with Oti, trying to ask me some kindergarten small children question. Huh? When Trump was, in fact, when Trump they contest, let me see, take it all the way back. When everybody they say they are all conspiracy theories, I say, come, no. This guy, there's a mission that American planners want to carry out, and they need a perfect figure for that. And that guy is the guy. And I arrived at that conclusion, no be now. It was during COVID, 2019. That's when I know, say, in fact, I wasn't expecting to lose the 2020 election. I begged some of my friends. But when then declared I'm loser of I lost the election, and I refused to congratulate those guys. I refused to. I said something is wrong somewhere. But I just couldn't say, I can't say this is what it is because I don't know, but because everything aligns so fine. But again, immediately I tell them, say, this guy is coming back. And if he come back, he go do 2 times. They think I was stupid. I said, okay. So during the election process, I was telling people that let me say, come, y'all should be. This man is the guy. He's not going to jail. He's going to the White House. That's exactly. If we know people down for jail, then he's going to be White House. When they swear I'm in, people were busy. They see one approach him like the way they approach him during the first time, where they categorize him as a non-entity, as a clown, pretty much. It was compromised so badly in and out. The media were having the best time in media history. So this second coming, they actually want to make that attempt, but no, these motherfuckers were way ahead. Because when they lost the election, they went back to work. Few of them who don't believe that they actually lose the election, they went into drawing board. They begin to strategize, reshape all the policies that they've been working on for decades, do everything. We're so much convinced that they are coming back. So when you go pay attention, that first week where they come, what did they do? They were ready for the media. They drop bomb, bomb from the Oval Office. They just sound one executive order. Like 5-2 things they happen every day. So the media lost control. They don't know what or which to concentrate on. That's why it was able to do so much. But at that same time, when all this thing they go on, the vice president J.D. Vance was touring Europe, was saying exactly what is happening. Waiting, he just talks to Lucifer that you want to clarify where the people. J.D. Vance said, if you go back to my earlier videos, I always play those videos when he was talking about Christian, talking about the Catholic Christian, talking about Nigeria, talking about election fairness, talking about free speech. It spoke in France. It spoke in Paris, in France. It spoke in, I think, in Berlin, Germany. It was in New York. These 3 things stand out: Christian faith, Catholic in particular, free speech, and electoral fairness. He said, if you don't listen to, he was talking to the leaders of Europe, they said, if you don't listen to your people, there's nothing we can do to help you. Those were his words. So when the Trump administration is saying that, now claiming that Maduro is illegitimate, they are focusing on the other side of the narrative. Just as I said, we confirm the opposition was able to make sure they paint Tinubu to the whole world that is a drug lord, right? So if Trump now turn around, come through the angle, we'll call it say he's lying, it's not like that. That's exactly what is happening to Maduro. So if you see people where they talk, say the guy is illegitimate, understand where that rhetoric is coming from. So everything where they happen, and as those things they happen, I was telling these people where they go, everybody go they laugh. I go say, they say, you'll be conspiracy theory, you'll be Trump's up that. I say, that's beside the game, man. It's beside the point. So I'm glad that we are here. So yesterday when I'm catching fun because when I was serious trying to point out the signals. Now so I just say all this when I talk on noise. Here are the signals. Sure, we bear me witness. So you can't even want the user and they throw me at times. If you see any headline, you go say now. You say if you go come now, you go say this is a noise. This is noise. So when I responded the way I responded, this was coming from that angle. So I was when they laugh me. So it's time for me to laugh now. When I won't make her cry again. Juju kill you now. Now, this picture, why I leave her on? Why it be said that all these people now so sweatpants and nine they wear? Nnamdi Kanu was pretty much dressed similar now, when they catch up. See Maduro self. See how they come out of our house. And I be all these two Nigerians, they won't argue. Say, boy, America don't succeed on it. Like, what kind of what level of dumbness is that? Guy, in front of the whole world, we they watch them live. This one not be say it happened yesterday. They come the newspaper, come they talk TV, come the everybody. No, everybody is watching how they take a sitting government, president, and you see they doesn't they never succeed. They like what the like. Amen. Yeah, Jide, I will catch you today. I'm waiting for you. When I thought say Maduro the eye for bunker all this time, is them make I leave one alone. Now Lucifer I blame. And take me back to this. So people that are still thinking that well, I don't. I'm more interested in Bola Tinubu's language. I dey wait for him come back. Wherever he go, we go know his posture will tell us if he get the memo or not. So I'm not worried about where he's whereabouts. I'm eagerly waiting for his body's posture. What his body movement will communicate to me, I will know where if he's ready to do right by Nigeria or not. Boy, Iran. I think Iran is the next on board.
You know, Mr. Secretary, today at the press conference, you said, and I'm going to say it slowly so I get it right, Maduro effed around and found out. And that's obviously a message not only to Maduro, but to many American adversaries around the world.
Yep.
And it comes on the heels of President Trump saying that U.S. intervention in Iran would be possible if Iran kills protesters. It comes as Secretary of State Marco Rubio says Cuba should possibly be worried tonight. What's next here?
This is the right time for opposition, for Nigeria to start a protest now. They're not going to shoot us. This is the right time to protest. And if not get any, see, what I thought here, organizing is very important. Right? One thing, one of my coach, Andrea Linatados, Greek man, made me understand is that you don't go for competition just because there is competition. You go to competition when you are ready. That means once you are ready, you will look for the competition. All right? So it's the same thing. When you organize, that means you are staying ready. You never know when the opportunity will arise. And that spark, the revolution. This is was it revolution? Yeah, revolution, and one man went to move. The things in be revolution. That spark. So that spark, we engulf the remaining organizing committees or branches out there. That's when revolution emerged in their head. Yes. But you are not organizing in any shape or form. Every day you scream, revolution, revolution, revolution. Now, like, how? But for some reason, some people just could not get that. This guy, he's just a fucking normal politician like every other person. He just decided to look for a very fine line and trade it with it as a strategy. So Iran, they protest. Now they don't hold them by the balls. You misuse your bullet on the citizen, they'll come for you.
The message, who did you have in mind when you said F around and find out globally?
Well, I referred also to the Iranians and their nuclear capabilities. The president said they will never get a nuclear bomb. The Iranians didn't believe it. He acted. He said the same thing about Maduro. He acted. He said the same thing with the Houthis. He acted. Southern border acted. We're going to do something about drugs. He's acting. We're acting with striking drug boats. This is a president of action. And you don't get peace in this dangerous world without strength. So there's been a lot of politicians that want to talk. They want to talk peace. They want to talk diplomacy. They want to talk negotiations. They want to talk globalism, international organizations. President Trump speaks through action. And so our allies understand that, and they're stepping up, spending more. Our adversaries understand that. So all around the world should take notice. American leadership is back. When he says something matters, it does. And we will take the necessary action with the full weight of the Department of War.
You know, Mr. Secretary, today at the press conference, you said, and I'm going to say it slowly so I get it right, Maduro effed around and found out. And that's obviously a message not only to Maduro, but to many American adversaries around the world.
In fact, he acted as a clown daily basis, but people still can't read the footprints. Now, since during the campaign, anytime he says something, people, when you talk about Puerto Rico as an island, a bit dead that is swimming in the ocean, people went crazy. I've been at that comedian. They don't understand that there are actually things going on in that island that needed to be fixed. But as soon as he uttered that words, men swing to action. Of course, those opposition said swing to action, propaganda and all that kind of shit. Since that time, people still not taking. I mean, since when he talks that Mexicans are rapists, right? The majority of people coming here are rapists and all that kind of shit. Is that a fact? No. But it was pointing at something that should be done, which is what the immigration, the border, open border is according to them. But again, I'm glad that people are beginning to understand the why Trump was the choosing one for this moment. Boom, 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 boom. Where is Michael? Where's Rubio? Marco Rubio, one of his speech that I like. She's not here.
Late last night and early today, at my direction,
oh shit,
the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and
the likes
powerful
of
displays of
also-
American military might and competence
I don't know what that's
in American history. Late last night, and
like. When they say this is not military intervention, is that I don't understand English, or you guys have no clue what you guys are talking about? The two can be true. Now, Lucifer, I'm offended. I'm offended with this your comment. Finally, I heard Trump talk about modern doctrine. So when I said it almost a year ago, so you're among those people that's calling me conspiracy theories, Abby. Hey, see, and again, people just people. That's why I was so angry yesterday for OT, because people think everybody they be like them. We should reason like them. You don't know where they can't experience and they can't walk and they can't level of research. Everything that goes into what everybody does before coming out. See, everybody already come platform, just come they talk anyhow. I get to know about Monroe and his doctrine when I work for one hotel. Oh my word, man! I don't try. I've lived life. When I work for one hotel for Phoenix, Arizona, Hotel San Carlos, it's an historical hotel, and that hotel is sitting at the intersection of Monroe Street. So the first time when I hear that name Monroe, I'm like, what would be Monroe? What is Monroe? Then in that same hotel again, there's a famous room that Marilyn Monroe, Abby, that's one of the sexiest actress of those days. She used to lodge in that hotel, that suite. Anytime she come, they shoot a movie in Phoenix back in the 60s or so. I mean, during the Iron time. So people, they always come all over the world just to come and spend the night in that room. So I can't begin, and they always find out, especially in America, one American dictionary, American history, everything, anywhere you go, the names. If you just pay attention and be curious enough, right? All the names go tell you literally most of the things where they even happen now, safe. You enter museum, you go bus station, you go the train park, you go regular park, you go everywhere. We all they see they does it because they're proud of quote unquote the achievement and all that. So that's when I begin the research about Monroe. I said, "This what did Monroe against him?" Like then and get to find out that it was the fifth president that begin. So even before that was even before this was 2027. 2017. 2017, yeah. I'll be 2018. So it's and that OT will come say, why are you not serious? Well, nigga. If I did serious, you go be if you go comprehend my seriousness. Anytime I did serious, now they call me conspiracy theories. Because when I'm serious, I speak the future. I still talk about prophets. I will tell you, I don't know. I've programmed myself to stay ahead and ready to be wrong or right. So it's always very annoying when they come, they ask me some question. We're like, no, I don't tell you this thing yesterday. You laugh. Now when I don't focus on tomorrow, you can't they bring me back on today. Like that's annoying. Now what did they make me the verse at times? Where are the verse with that? Like, especially when the things are also too obvious too. I just started listening to you 2 months ago. Oh, okay, you are forgiven. You are forgiven. I said it on the first day when I talk on Dr. Damage's show. I go find that thing. I go because these days, I know get time to go back to edit some kind things. When Dr. Damage invited was it the first time? The second time Dr. Ramage invites Dr. Emmanuel, you get one Igbo name like that, who lives in Berlin. It's very, I like the guy, I like the man. It's very, you understand the the workings of the how the world work, but it's updated. Just like it's still they were still analyzing today from yesterday's laws, regulation. So that was the first time I told him, because he said that his conclusion then when after the interview with Dr. Damiji, it was that Donald Trump will be like the former leader of Soviet Union who led he said Donald Trump is leading supervises the downfall, I'm paraphrasing his word now, the downfall of the American empire. Now tell us, sir, I think you are wrong. For you to understand this Donald Trump administration, you have to go back to the 5th president of the United States of America, a man called James Monroe, who approached the United States Congress in 1923 that we are of age. And every Tom, Dick, and Harry who is in the Americas, South or North, should get the fuck off. Talking about the European Empire, then the German, the French, maybe German never get. The German don't come of age that time. Just but I see young baby on the block, but very powerful. The British, which eventually led them to assemble themselves in Berlin, 1845, to decide how they would take Divona. I say until you go back to that man era, that's the only way you understand what this man who I regard as clown is about. They be like, hey. And again, that same day, I say, another way to understand Trump is to go back to I say James Monroe was the 5th president. My bad. Then I say you need to also understand the 25th president, which is William McKinley. Now, not be everybody know him. Once we take America as religion, they study the idea called America. Because I didn't study the idea called America, because those who believe that the empire is actually for the empire will be history, right? We go talk about that. We go be the experts. Because we literally take a deliberate attempt and resources to study the idea called America. So when I talk, I'm not talking because lie that they support it. I just tell you the blueprint of what the idea represents. So I say, because after everybody talking about Trump stars, I say go and study William McKinley. That's the man that his presidency was famous because of TARS in late 1800. Anyway, eventually they kill him. That doctor tell me, say, nah, story they told, I say, okay. Now, that Monroe doctrine has become a vocabulary and everybody's analogy of what is happening, which is, so I take pride. Yes, America is an interesting place filled with history. You have read in books and seen them in real life. Yes, that's why American if you are not careful, you're not going to notice, because once you put work for front, you ain't no jack. Sorry, Wahala, I see you there. I will come to you now. So that show was when I noticed you and did my research on Monroe and started listening to you on Dr. Damages. Then I did not know you had a channel. See, everything what they talk, I get receipt. That's why I lost it. I was really, really angry. Don't be say I just joke that I say I was like freaking angry. I was like, yo. Hassan. Assalamu alaikum. I think let me see. You are muted. If you can hear me. Valhalla. So yes, this is an interesting time, and you get one book what they expect. Make I see self when that book will come. That book will tell me the next phase. It will give me a clearer picture of the next phase of the golden stage of America after this stormy era of Trump. I don't know whether Trump will write his own Trump Accord, or they will call him Mar-a-Lago Accord, or not the next person where they come. But so that book by George Friedman. Another book go give me. I can see where I ain't get there. And don't get dates. I know it's the book is in the publishing phase. So the last time I check on him, I can see. Yeah, this is the current one. Read this book. You understand Trump administration. You understand America, the phase that they are in. Why everything that is happening, why is happening, what led to it, and what he give an hint what is coming. So what is coming is in his next project, and he has already put it out for publication. So as soon as that shit out, we can see if we get there. If we yeah. When it was so everything that is happening is been documented in many forms. Let's see. Um, let me see. Let me go this route and see his next project. Judge Friedman next project. I want to know if you don't get name for him. Next book is what? Judge Friedman upcoming book, The Next 100 Years, a focus for 21st century. Come on. The fuck, man? I don't take me play or say the thing don't come. I don't know. Who on fight? Nah, it's not. Wait a minute. Yeah. Um. Well, let's keep finger crossed. So I promise to update you guys on this as soon as the book comes. I'll let you guys know. It will tell us the golden age, the next person after Trump. That if Trump finished the work, that is put it in where it needed to be, the next president will come and lay we take a different route than what Trump did, but with the same lens. That means how to now unite the country, the allies, and project that golden life. And as the techno optimists, we claim the next abundance. Abi, this book, Abundance, by Extra Khan, it is boring to me because I try to listen to Ram, but it's as shallow as this book by Pinkett. Yeah, this is the book that they keep you know quoting when they want to talk about the glory side of AI, robotic, um, biotechnology, the benefit of it, what we should be expecting, its abundance. So this is the book that both the left and the right, by the way, are kind of refreshing, but I don't know. I didn't see anything extraordinary. Maybe I'm not patient enough to go through it, but I did wait me something trigger me good, but so far nothing yes. Say to trace the history of 21st century so far is to trace history of on affordability and storage. Yes, I think this stand. I totally agree. One of the biggest problem that we have, we that are living the 21st century problem now, just storage. We just dey buy nonsense. We just dey buy. That's why I don't understand this whole fantasy of abundance. The next year, already we are living in abundance. It's just that it's not evenly distributed. So the next incoming abundance, whatever that shape that's going to take, is still going to take the same way this unaffordability and storage life took. Because that's what capitalism is all about. Buy. Just keep buying. Buying. If you don't buy, ain't no way. So by every means necessary, Lucifer, you need to have 10 different wigs. You have to have at least 50 handbags. You need to have at least 200 pairs of shoes, And that doesn't stop there. You just have to keep buying. These days, when I move, people, they always complain. Just, oh, I don't know how so much. I was like, that's not a problem. Having too much is not a problem. The problem is stop fucking buying. That's all of them. We all put it boss laugh. But you are right. You are right. God damn, I'm always right. But I just can't stop buying. Okay. So it took me time to come to that conclusion that is the fuel, the power capitalism. Bye. It will shock me the things that will happen. I know nothing will shock me. So let me, before you start, so let me finish this abundance. Let me see if I will find new. After years of refusing to build sufficient housing, America has a national housing crisis. After years of limiting immigration, we don't have enough workers. See the fallacy there? Despite decades of being warned about the consequences of climate change, we haven't built anything close to the clean energy infrastructure we need. Ambitious public projects are finished, late and over budget. If that's are ever finished at all, the crisis that's clicking into focus now has been building for decades because we haven't been building enough. This realization that the projects, the infrastructures are getting old and more new need to be replaced. If you live in a city like Austin, I don't think in the next 10 years you will see recognize Austin in terms of the kind of infrastructure they are building. They are underground tunnel, rail system, blah, 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 like crazy. Elon Musk is fucking owning that city. That's the future. That's the city of the future when it comes to the America. People talk about Beijing from China and all that. The future city of America, I am here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, is Austin, Texas. Austin, Texas, Florida, Miami, Florida will be the financial in case the the way New York they go, so they end up, going that route. The next financial powerhouse in America is going to be what? Florida. Miami, Florida. The tech hub will be Austin, Texas. Then you cities like then the decades of infrastructure. If you go New York, you go say, come. This city, how long you go see stay like this before it physically collapse? But I think visibly more new infrastructure has also been built. So in that sense, I see what they are saying. There are a lot of infrastructure being built across this freaking country, factories and you just name it. New cities have been, especially Texas, they build new cities from scratch, like city from scratch, new roads, new house, new schools, new this everything from. So those ones they stand up every day. So Ezra Khan continues. Abundance explained that our problem today are not the result of yesterday's villains. I don't know if I agree with that. That our problem today are not the result of yesterday's villains. We'll see. Let me see where it's going with it. Say rather, one generation solution have become the next generation problem. How can I argue against that? That means one generation solution becomes another generation problem. What could be responsible for that kind of? But I'm trying to relate it to Nigeria. Now, what generation should they govern us now? I don't know where a solution they find, or a bit they just a problem they create more. But I think it makes sense in that vein, because in this current leader who are coming, the obese, the concosos, the showaries, the solution they are proposing will just become a new problem to the what is happening now. So I think it makes sense there. But let me continue. Say rules and regulation designed to solve the problems of the 1970s, that is during the Cold World War, in case you are following us here, as history buff. Yeah, I said it. So that's like during Cold World War, and Nigeria was pretty much at the receiving end of Cold World War. When they listen to one video where Dr. Damidi they play of David Odeyin, he's trying so hard to say that it is due to the fact that Ajakuta Steel was located in the northern region, and the intellectuals, the resources is based in the southern region. That is why the Ajakuta Steel is now functioning today. Nigga, shut the fuck up and fuck off. Ajakuta still is not working today because of what Ezra Khan just talked about. The rules and regulation designed to solve the problem of the 1970s after preventing urban density and green energy projects that would have helped solve the problem of the 20s. So we are at the crossroads of the Cold War between the Soviet Union and the West. Soviet Union are largely responsible for Ajakuta steel. Now them borrow us money, I mean now them help us build them. So to those who are actually giving credit to the general, the young man in Ivory Coast called Ibrahim Traore, who are crediting him for his bravado move by aligning with Russia. In a way, if you look at it from this pre-70 lens, where they were kind of more influential in Nigeria, you will actually agree with the angle that they are approaching Ibrahim Traore and Russia from. So they built some of the infrastructure that we have in Nigeria today. But as soon as the United States won that Cold War, what happened? They introduced what they call what? Structural adjustment program. Structural adjustment program that adjusted Ajakuta plant steel to oblivion. So, Uncle David Odeyi, it is not the geographical location of Ajakuta steel that rendered it useless. It is the policy that the Babangidas, the Obasanjos pride themselves on that granted Ajakuta and Alaja steel to oblivion. So, there's no distance between from the east to Ajakuta. If I stand for Oruku Rock in my village, they see both cities. I can see Ajakuta and I can see anywhere. I can see Onisha or Enugu. In other words, it is not 24 hours journey in terms of transferring knowledge and resources from primary base of the raw materials to the factory location across the country. So, Odeyi, try again. Anyway, laws meant to ensure that governments consider the consequences of its actions have made it too difficult for governments to act consequentially. In the last few decades, our capacity to see problems has sharpened while our ability to solve them has diminished. And what a diagnosis. I agree with that, but what could have been responsible for the diminishing of what? The solution? Is it that if I want to go with the Trump administration argument, they say it is due to what? DIE, and along the line. Do they have a point? Ask me tomorrow. Let me see what's on the comment section. Did I tell you that's crazy? I had to make a resolution last year not to buy what I don't need. How successful is or was your resolution, Auntie Lucy? What are you? Were you successful? Are you successful in that resolution? Huh? Make I begin count. May I tell you, say the last time I checked, you were shopping up and down. Like 48 hours straight. I'm going shopping. I'm just coming back from shopping. So I don't know that resolution if it actually lasted 40 hours. You think military is cool. Youth think military is cool. Nah, life is so simple. My brother, nobody could disagree with you if you live on an island. But if you are dealing with Trump, Macron, Putin, Xi Jinping. You are dealing with those political animals, my brother. That's the only choice you have, because going forward, as Trump instituted peace through strength, they are not ready to be going back and forth with you, these church rats, all these poor people. They are not. They don't have time. They have little patience. They either say robot to come and do the negotiation, or they do what? They use strength. They will just come and deliver akara, one pium pium pium, and you will get the message. So if you don't build your militarily, they are not even ready to negotiate with you. In case you don't know, go and refresh your browser about USAID. It was online again 2 days ago that the USAID will now be dealing directly with the government. They will be dealing directly with the department of your state government. That's what they said. In other words, fire up your military, or else me and my friends we took over Azurok one day with some Durum Kange. When I say Durum Kange, Asa, you know what I mean. Durum Kange now all those Chakabula. Me and Lucifer and AY, you know, carry to Nanja, follow body. We take over Azurok if you don't want to be in our military. I was a bit successful. I did not buy wig. Tell us you are bored. Are you a bored-headed? No wig, wearing curie or body? You can't. You go to buy other things. That's what life is. And you can't live for the heart's beats of capitalism. How dare you want to set a resolution based on I don't want to buy anymore? Who is you? As we say in the hood, who is you? Who is you? There you think you can actually manipulate your environment to submit to you? The lie. Bam bonnet, Abi. That's also buying. Okay. These are bulky way no bonnet. Hassan, this your Almajirin chi. I am beginning to suspect you. What kind of Almajirin know what bonnet is? Eh? Every woman around you is supposed to be covering her head, not with bonnet. So how did you know about bonnet? Huh? This is Almajiri. Hi, this Almajiri of 21st century. Hey, giving these professors and PhD holders in Ado Ekiti and Enugu, they will give them run for their money. Oh. And Shanghai, Kai, don't can go another level. So let me go back to see if this abundance is not a scam that they are selling to us. So now, if they are admitting that the policy that was supposed to provide solution, which is the policy of a structural adjustment, fuel subsidy, devaluation of your currency, you see, they are confessing that those solutions are not working for them. So they are changing it. But our Bola Tinubu is still campaigning. Obi is still campaigning. And also them, they are still campaigning based on those policies. That is not working for the people that designed it. You see why the reason why we need to take over Azurok with our Durum Kange and Chagabula. Because these men, they are still basking, running around the policy that the whole world has concluded that has failed since the 70s. Oh, no, be today now it failed. Now, progress requires facing up to the institution in life that are not working as they need to be. Bang! Asurok is not working. Let's demolish it. Osadebe Avenue is not working. Let's demolish it. Take power to Abba Benin. See, that's what Trump is doing. Dr. Dameji, if you are hearing me, this is my argument every day, that whatever Trump is doing, it is not mistake. They know exactly what they are doing. They plan it, and now they are executing it. You don't have to agree with the way they are going about it, baby. But it got to get done one way or the other. And the easiest thing to get done is they bring a strong man. The return of the strong God. The return of the strong God. That's another book I'm asking you guys to go and read. The Return of the Strong God by R.R. Reno. So progress requires facing up to the institutions. And if you read The Storm, The Storm Before the Calm by George Friedman, who is project we are waiting for to give us future explanation of what's to come, make this clarification that America has an idea undergo institutional reform every 50 years and 80 years. 50 years for the socio-cultural, socio-economical institution. That means the policy, the local policy, the internal policy, the framework of how the country should run. That's every 50 years they overhaul their institution. And every 80 years, they overhaul the institution that govern their foreign policies. So if they meet you now, that's because they are changing it. And one of their excuses is that the old institution has been compromised by individual and corporation and bastardized them. So to get everything in order and revamp it, you have to bring in a strong man. And not just bring in a strong man, like you have to empower that strong man. So if they say, oh, I see a Falana, part of our problem. I see an headline. The United States Congress should intervene that Trump should not be. Nigga, shut the fuck up. The change that is coming, and I said this countless times, even on Dr. Dameji, that part of the restructuring that is taking place, part of the institutional revamp that is taking place, is that of the legislative arm and the executive arm, even the judiciary. That started with even Biden when the judiciary empowered the presidency to carry out little force on the U.S. ground. That means as a citizen, you do anyhow, you go collect. That was under Biden. Many people did not know about it because we're busy arguing. So the goal of this revamping of institution is to empower the executive, make it so strong that it can carry out all the overhauling that needed to be carried out. That's why you see Trump doing whatever he's doing, and there's a little restriction from either the House or the Supreme Court. So yeah, the plan is to take more power from the legislative arm and give it more to the executive, not to Trump. Trump will come and go, but to the executive. So they are trying to make the executive more powerful. Hence, you see, say the guy they decree anyhow, and action follows. So this is the route we need to take. And shout out to Maska, who is on a journey, who put the institution as a focus. And he works day and night to make sure there is a solution. So that's how America, that's what you're seeing happening. Progress requires facing up to the institution in life that are not working as they need to. It means for liberals recognizing when the government is failing. It means for conservatives recognizing when the government is needed. In a book exploring how we can move from a liberalism that not only protects and preserve, but also builds. Klein and Thompson traced the political, economic, and cultural barrier to progress and proposed a path toward a politics of abundance. At a time when movement of society are gaining power in a country after country. Shout out to the obedience. This is not an answer that meets the challenge of the moment, while gripping honestly with the fury of so many rightful feelings. So our institution deserves such a treatment. And that's why I propose go back to your village and take over the institution at that level. Politics, they say, is local. Unless you are a national player. To be a national player, you got to have the Benjamins. You got to either have the money or have the national appeal to move a needle. But if you don't fall in these two categories, take your house back to your village and work with like minds to revamp the institution at that level. If that is the only contribution you can give before you die, like every other person that dies, glory be to God. So, Lucifer, I am Alimajiri, you be Lucifer. Bad is relative. Both is relative. Yeah, a motherfucker. I know this Alimajiri, this kind of lyrics where you get, so I don't trust you. There's something not right with you. I be Lucifer, I be Bright Lights. You know they watch AFCON. See, we are facing national alienation, national problem, national tragedy, economy, everything about us is it should be declared as an emergency. Even the way we talk, you are telling me about AFCON, bunch of overgrown babies who are making billions by doing nothing, by just having fun. You are giving them your life. No, I know there was soccer, I get football. Like I the beef, we get beef. It's not personal beef, but I'm taking it literally. They are making too much money for doing nothing. So the man that I said I'm waiting for to release next project wrote this book, The Storm Before the Calm. Right? American Discord, the coming crisis of the 2020s and the triumph beyond. In his revealing new book, noted forecaster and best-selling author George Freeman turned to the future of the United States, examining the clear cycle through which the United States has developed, upheavaled, matured, and solidified. Fredman break down the coming years and decades in a thrilling detail. This book is a must read if you really want to enjoy what is happening. Enjoying it means have a clear understanding of every action that is popping up everywhere now, so that when they come, they ask me question we don't talk about it 2 years ago. American history must be viewed in cycles, particularly an 80 years institutional cycle that has defined us. There are three such examples: the Revolutionary War founding era, that is in 1876, the Civil War era, that is in 1863, and there's a book. There's a book called The Civil War. If you read that book, you could just say they read about Nigeria. But it's exactly what led to the Civil War between the North and South America, and how they arrive at where we are. If you read that book, you don't go to worry about too much about Nigeria. You can say, okay, this is likely where we are going. This is how we are going to head. You can predict how we are going to head. Now, when they arrest me for Atlanta, when they arrest me for Atlanta, I tell you what, they carry me the jams of mystery, because I get accident, and I don't get my driver license expired, so they put handcuff for man, which is a shocking, because first time, and I don't commit that offense pretty much everywhere I go, from North Dakota to Minneapolis, St. Paul, to Phoenix, to whatever. But all I get is ticket. But this time around, those motherfuckers put up in my hand there, and then I had to go to court a month later, and I was pissed. Well, I will tell the story in details at one point, maybe my book or something, but let's just gloss over it. How I got to American Civil War, the book, and I relate to Nigeria. So when I did in front of George, I remember George, they say, make I come back. I had to come back in 2 weeks. They'll give me last. Oh no, I ain't got time, man. I ain't got time. I ain't got no money. I don't live here. So I can't do it. I just need my case to be taken care of right now, so I can. I mean, we get to this argument because first, I did among the first 3 people. If you don't go court before for road traffic offenses, people they plenty. So because of my name, the out in the alphabet, I was the first 3 people to call. When they call me, I lock up. I not go. I just want to sit down, watch the other proceedings to have a clear picture. What might likely be my my fate. So after when I finally faced the man, I said I don't get job here. I don't live here. I don't work here. I'm not from here. I just came here to take care of. I go renew my passport, sir. Fortunately enough. So the man said, okay, because he asked me to pay by $1,045. I want to sit down. So the only option left for them, I don't say, man, this country, Masca, we need to talk. The way they design their institution here. It's very interesting. Anyway, the next option for me is for me to take a community service, which I gladly accept. So they give me 50 hours. I can do it anywhere. So now where I go do community service, now group home, group home for women. So after you go there, of course, you sign in, whatever is there for it again for you to do, you do. Most of the time I intend to do 10 hours. That's 5 days. So I already do it just at a go. So you have to be there for 10 hours. Maybe the only thing way you could do is to arrange a clean. Just do 1 or 2, here and there. On that, maybe 30 minutes at most, you don't finish. So you have like 9 hours, 30 minutes to not do anything. So I will just enter their library there. They always get library. So I enter their library and I will go straight to I'll go straight to history book. So I stumbled on this book, The Civil War. After they read that, now one, middle-aged woman got curious. Somebody will look like a hiding criminal like me. I'm not anyway, but looking very haggard. But just sitting here, they read this campo. Something must be up. So she's tired of looking and she walked up to me and she asked me, why this book? I said, well, yeah, I like history and I like politics. She said, do you know that history is best told through politics? I mean, as soon as she said it out loud, everything everything makes so much sense to me. Come make the book, more interesting. That's where I begin to understand, patch what Nigeria is going through in the North and South and what America went through, with Abraham Lincoln and the rest of them. Anyway, because I don't go off with story. But that's how I got to that book. What is the name of the book? Which one? The American. I will bring that one. I will bring it out. Make I see. Make I church. What is it called? What is that? Which year self? Which year ago? I say, what is it called? Which year ago? I know so I'm not getting from my library again, I think. But let me go to my Instagram. Picture go there my Instagram. The book. I forgot the author, so that makes make me so that I'll give you the full. What year was that? That's been a fucking minute. How the South won the Civil War is an interesting book too. You understand the Igbo dichotomy from that book. The Cheap War. It's a book to read. Um, oh, the Civil War. How? Fuck, dog. There's many. Don't tell. This book self good though. I don't like. That's why when the Lakon joined full politics, I reversed for him because of this book. If you read his book, Do Not Die in Their War, it's very, very compelling. As in, even propose a constitution and all that kind of shit. It's a good read. Civil War, hey, see. I know I'm tripping. The Civil War, the epic struggle of the blue and the carried by the Pulitzer Prize Award winner Bruce Counting. You know, see, I'm Lucifer, Bruce Counting. That's it. You see the book like this. I don't, yeah. Then, if you want to know and understand the Nigeria North and South Brouhaha, then this book is a must read. The Northern political elite is 100 years ahead of the political game, and I love it. Early this morning, I did try to make Mr. Jim understand that the Northern elite are better prepared for what is happening today. They are like far ahead. So if you read this book, I swear, see, almost 200 and how many years ago? 2022 February. And you will get to. So Lucifer, there you go. Oh, my bad. My bad. Let me take it to. I took it. Can you see it now? Yeah, right here. Right here. The American Heritage Picture of History, the Civil War. Bruce Captain. That's it. You saw it? Are you sawing it? Are you sawing it? This is it. Read that book. You will know say this Almajiri man with the so he's not fucking around. Hassan is not fucking around. He know his onions. Oh, Hassan, just you see. Okay, one go pray. I will come. I will be off for a bit. Okay. So that's it. That's it right there. Make I take you through. Yeah, you understand the. I they laugh now because as soon as I read this my caption, I literally it bring me back to everything it make me stick to the book. So make I carry you through my visual library. The changing world order. See, you don't tell where would they follow. This is where they read there. If you don't tell where they follow how this world they come. Those where they believe that America is undergoing decline, the crumble. They are literally tell you about this book, step by step how the empire they crumble. That's what they are saying. This the rational optimists. I think I read this book every year now for like 3 years straight. The political industry, Kate and Michael, you understand say political party in a private business. When you read this book, you go know say you don't go there. You just every of their move will. I think this book was recommended to me by Jafar. Jafar is the senior Almajiri, American and Decrypting Global Power. Ghana General before. Interesting too. Um uh Lucifer, go and read this book. Parasitic mindset, how infectious diseases ideas are killing the common sense. You go understand where they get some of my frustration, the way they approach it, just understand this. You go understand. Okay. By Gadsad, huh? Canadian. Do not fear the loss of friendship. Do not fear the loss of friendship. Anyone who is willing to end a relationship because of a reason different from opinion is not worthy of a friend. Huh? The paramedic mented. You know that in their war. Read down. You go like the man. You go like the man. But if you be political animal like me, then you just you'll be hungry with him at the same time with the role way they play now. It's not good at it. That's what I mean. Noam Chomsky, one of my favorite intellectuals. The withdrawal, Iraq, Libya, those way they do say, oh, how God they flow from Libya to Nigeria. Now they cause humanity. This shit. The fragility of US power. Noam Chomsky. He's a good man. A good man. What is the point of bombing a country if that violent attain no political end? If you want the frightening, depressing truth of the United States ruling class and its devastating impact on the world today, this is the book for you. Okay. Obasanjo. Mosquito. I don't even remember anything from this shit. Because after like few paragraphs, like this nigga is fucking lying. End Time. I think one of my favorite book of 2023. Peter Tochin. Yep. This one will describe you. You will begin see your elite for who they are, the kind of role they play, both internally and externally. Counter elite and the paths to political disintegration. The lessons of history. Now, this book is boring, but very, very, very interesting. You know, if you keep on down too, because even though as boring it is, now just husband and wife. Man. I looked at some people's life. I was like, man, that shit, this is the kind of that's what I want. Even though their time I hear this is not husband and wife intellectual. So they are just interact. Okay, the guy might be the loud one. Let me put it that way. Make a note does it might be the more intellectual. I'm the loud one. But the wife might be the check out. I think she's younger too, if I'm not mistaken. So, they were just like pretty much recounting how life used to be from history and how we come about all this institution and all this civilization. The beginning, the earlier stage of all this civilization. That's what they are just to couple who are just living. They understand the current affairs and politics of the world. So it was, that's the kind of story I want to be telling with the covert regime. I don't know why. Okay, this book reminds me of why last night I began verse for Benjamin and Jade. You know, how they go come out president, city president? Is it they never succeed? I like go and read covert regime. You will know how they do the work. How innovation works. Oh, it's been a minute. I like this man readily. I think that's why I get it back. How civil war starts and how to stop them. The Democrat, the crisis of democratic capitalism. Shana, that's in the NS recommend this book for me, if I'm not mistaken. This is a must read. One of the best books that came out still in 2020, written by one British AI founder, Mustafa Suleiman. The coming wave. How will una work go take the work? Your government, even that bonnet way they buy, so I go take it buy. It's gonna change. This book will tell you that. Spot on. The riches of the earth. Red. Fanon. Interesting book. I think Shehu Kuti Abi. Naim actually got me to buy this book. I don't hear about briefly about but I don't know. I wasn't until he said some kind of things about extensively. I was like, okay, and it's worth it, we say. And Mr. James too brought something up this morning about the North Africa. I think Fanon work centered around Algeria. Yes. We are going to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. For though other may free the body, none but ourselves can free the mind. Those are the words which Marcus Garvey spoke in 1937. Come, I think you carry me come yourself. Aren't we supposed to be talking about I think he's Lucifer carrying me come here. Anyway, guns, jams, and steel. This Google is like it's the foundation of how they design how everything they starts. Then when I say everything, agricultural revolution, how steel and jams, and when you read this book, you will now read the current book. I'm rereading for the 5th time. I've been now for the 4th time, which is Sapien. When you read that book, you read Sapien, I think you are good for the rest of your life. If you don't read any other book again. Oh, well, that's not a good way to put it. Well, I don't know what I do here. I think you asking me where's my president? See, my president go to negotiate. If not you, what you go do? Will you be visible? I don't care where he goes. When he come back, I will know where he go. His body movement, his moves, where he go to visit, how he go to talk. Will tell me if we have a deal or not. guy go to negotiate deal with the power that be. You know, see what they're doing in for Venezuela. You are asking me where is my president? This man. Nigerian politicians school listen to Marco Rubio interview on Meet the Press. Yes, I try to look for that interview. I don't see him. I know. So Tinubu is on a negotiation voyage. Yeah, when they first drop bomb for am first, then they come tell am say now they go carry a friend. You ask me where if now you will you be anywhere to be found by ordinary noisemaker? Eh? The least of the problem now sef na the Nigerian worries. All this shout of hunger. That's not Tinubu problem anymore. His priority are shaped significantly. Like, so it's not interested. Now the guy, his future is at stake. His future is at stake. So this is the word. This is the interview.
Joining me now is Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Secretary Rubio, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. I want to start with this big picture question. Is the United States now at war with Venezuela?
There's not a war. I mean, we are at war against drug trafficking organizations. It's not a war against Venezuela. We are enforcing American laws with regards to oil sanctions. We have sanctioned entities. We go to court. We get a warrant. We seize those boats with oil, and that will continue. We would continue to reserve the right to take strikes against drug boats that are bringing drugs towards the United States that are being operated by transnational criminal organizations, including the Cartel de los Soles. Of course, the leader of that cartel, is now in U.S. custody and facing U.S. justice in the Southern District of New York, and that's Nicolas Maduro. So we made a big progress in that regard.
Mr. Secretary, who is in charge? Are you running Venezuela right now?
Yeah, I mean, I keep people, fixating on that. Here's the bottom line on it is we expect to see changes in Venezuela. Changes of all kinds, long-term, short-term. We'd love to see all kinds of changes, but the most immediate changes are the ones that are in the national interest of the United States. That's why we're involved here, because of how it applies and has a direct impact on the United States. Okay, we are not going to be able to allow in our hemisphere a country that becomes a crossroads for the activities of all of our adversaries around the world. We just can't allow it. We can't have a country where the people in charge of its military and in charge of its police department are openly cooperating with drug trafficking organizations. We're not going to allow that. These things are direct threats to the United States, and we intend to use every element of leverage that we have to ensure that that changes. The one I would point everyone to is that our military is helping the Coast Guard conduct a law enforcement function, which is not just the capture of Maduro, but the enforcement of our sanctions. We go to court, we get a warrant, we seize the boats. And we think this is tremendous leverage, incredible, crippling leverage, which we intend to continue to use until we see the changes that we need to see that are benefit to the American people. And by the way, we believe to the people of Venezuela as well.
But Mr. Secretary, I think there's a lot of questions about who the point people are during this transition. President Trump said we're going to run the country. So is it you? Is it Secretary Hegseth? Who are those people who will be running the country specifically?
Well, it's not running, it's running policy. The policy with regards to this. We want Venezuela to move in a certain direction because not only do we think it's good for the people of Venezuela, it's in our national interest. It either touches on something that's a threat to our national security or touches on something that's either beneficial or harmful.
And are you involved in that transition,
so obviously
Secretary?
I'm very involved in this. Well, of I mean, I think everyone knows I'm pretty involved on politics in this hemisphere. Obviously, as Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, very involved in all these elements. The Department of War plays a very important role here, along with the Department of Justice, for example, because they're the ones that have to go to court. So this is a team effort by the entire national security apparatus of our country, but it is running this policy. And the goal of the policy is to see changes in Venezuela that are beneficial to the United States, first and foremost, because that's who we work for, but also, we believe, beneficial for the people of Venezuela, who have suffered tremendously. We want a better future for Venezuela, and we think a better future for the people of Venezuela also is stabilizing for the region and makes the...
How's it not here? That the benefit of the American company first before the people of Venezuela. So when they can't save your ass, in the name of it, they won't save you. Just remember, say there is a price. And I said it before, the goal of the American experiment, the American dream, is that anywhere there is resources on this planet Earth, it should benefit their citizens first, their corporation first, before any other person. Now, if you let that happen, fine. But that's the goal, that's the aim, and they never cease to actually carry it out every blessed day. So, George, thank you. I hope they are listening.
neighborhood we live in,
Judgment Day,
a much better and safer place.
President Trump said the administration is working with Maduro's Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez. Why does the administration oppose working with the opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado? She's the Nobel Peace Prize winner, of course, as well. Her
the
coalition
Democrats.
has the support
That's
of
why.
70% of Venezuelans. Why not work with her?
She's a Democrat.
Well, a couple things. First of all, Maria Corina Machado is fantastic, and she's someone I've known for a very long time, and the whole movement is. But we are dealing with the immediate reality. The immediate reality is that, unfortunately, and sadly, but unfortunately, the vast majority of the opposition is no longer present inside of Venezuela. We have short-term things that have to be addressed right away. We all wish to see a bright future for Venezuela, a transition to democracy. All of these things are great, and we all want to see that. I've worked on that for 15 years on a personal level, both in the Senate and now as National Security Advisor and Secretary of State. These are things I still care about, we still care about. But what we're talking about is what happens over the next 2-3 weeks, 2-3 months. And how that ties to the national interest of the United States. And so we expect to see more compliance and cooperation than we were previously receiving. With Nicolas Maduro, you could not make a deal or an arrangement. Although he, by the way, was given very generous offers. He could have left Venezuela as recently as, a week and a half ago. There were opportunities available for him to avoid all of this because he's not someone we can work with. He suckered the Biden administration into stupid deals. He's made a career out of not keeping deals and figuring out how to save himself by buying time. And President Trump was not going to fall into that trap. So now there are other people in charge of the military apparatus there. They're going to have to know what direction they want to go, and we hope that they choose a different direction than the one Nicolas Maduro picked. Well, ultimately, we hope this leads to a holistic transition all the way around in Venezuela, societal, political, all of that. We're in favor of all of that. But right now, we have to take the first steps, and the first steps are securing what's in the national interest of the United States and also beneficial to the people of Venezuela. And those are the things that we're focused on right now. No more Iran, Hezbollah presence there, and no more using the oil industry to enrich all our adversaries around the world and not benefiting the people of Venezuela or, frankly, benefiting the United States and the region.
You talk about a holistic transition. I think there's a lot of focus on potential elections. How soon will elections?
I'm proud of you, Lucifer. You are diagnosing the issues, rightly, She is a newcomer. She's a friend to Republican, but what part? That is the question the obedient should be asking. That's where their focus should be. That is where their energy should be if they want any help from this administration, which I think, Lucifer, I appreciate this your take, because that is what I'm still trying to figure out in terms of which of the Republican side Obi is in bed with. Right? Obi is a friend to the former Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan, who lives in Dallas. But I think he's from Minneapolis. But in Dallas, the the relationship between Obasanjo and Obi cannot be underestimated. Obasanjo has a close tie with the Bushes. You know, there's this Reverend Father waiting self who worked in Obasanjo administration. He's the very top Catholic bishops internationally. Also reside in Dallas. So, but now the Bushes are not in power. There's a clear difference between the Bushes and in fact Donald Trump now. The Donald Trump. This is not the it's not Donald Trump Republican Party. So and that's where I'm not kind of sure certain of where Obi's strength or connection lies in the current Republican. But again, if you listen to the rhetorics of the Vice President J.D. Vance and his body movement, which who centers around him being a Catholic, not just a Catholic, but a practicing Catholic, and at every chance he gets, he will say he's a Catholic and Sabbath in this government. So, and oftentimes he used Nigeria and the Catholic and Christian, ordeal in Nigeria as an example. So that again kind of say, okay, maybe they all come from there. When I go Harvard, when it was where when he speaks and various other shit. And then that's the Democrat side of Obi that I saw when I was at Harvard. So I see how the movement, the people around, the conversation that we had, So, but it's very. But I'm glad you pointed that out. So there is a clear difference between the neocons and the nationalists. The nationalists are in both parties. The neocons are in both parties. But Tinubu is under the influence of the neocons right now, and I think that's why he's having a problem with the nationalists.
Be held within 30 days, Mr. Secretary?
Elections? Well, look, this is a country that's been governed by this regime now for 14 or 15 years. The elections should have happened a long time ago. The elections did happen. They lost them, and they didn't count the votes, or they refused to count the votes, and everyone knows it. So all of that, I think, is premature at this point. There's a lot of work to be done here. Right now, what we are focused in...
I think that is very important, too. if Tinubu fuck up, now what they go use for ambulance, because now everybody is believing that rig the election. Bola Tinubu, man. And I begin to believe that the neocon side, and then bring Bola Tinubu in. So, well, we shall saw.
Let's be realistic here. What we are focused on right now is all of the problems we had with when Maduro was there. We still have those problems in terms of them needing to be addressed. We are going to give people an opportunity to address those challenges and those problems. Until they address it, they will continue to face this oil quarantine. They will continue to face pressure from the United States. We will continue to target drug boats if they try to run towards the United States. We will continue to seize the boats that are sanctioned with court orders. We will continue to do that and potentially other things until the things we need to see addressed are addressed. Because ultimately, above everything else, we care about elections, we care about democracy, we care about all of that. But the number one thing we care about is the safety, security, well-being, and prosperity of the United States. And that's what we're going to focus on first and foremost here. And that's what these policies, these changes we need to see made are about.
Okay, significant there. You say you will continue to seize boats when necessary. I want to ask you about boots on the ground. A lot of attention on that. The president was asked about the possibility of U.S. boots on the ground. He said, quote, "We're not afraid of it." How many U.S. forces are on the ground right now in Venezuela? Are there any?
We don't have U.S. forces on the ground in Venezuela. No, we don't have U.S. forces on the ground. Everyone knows. They were on the ground for about 2 hours when they went to capture Maduro. And I think what the president is saying is very simple, and that is, as President of the United States, he is not going to go around telling people what he's not going to do. He's not going to go around saying, I won't do this, I won't do that. Yes, I care about this issue, but I'll only go so far. He retains all this optionality. In the particular case you're citing, this was, in essence, at its core, a law enforcement function. Okay, the Department of Justice, dating back in the Biden administration, that had a $25 million reward for his capture. So we have a reward for his capture, but we're not going to enforce it. That's the difference between President Trump and everybody else. All these, it's easy to make a wanted poster and say $50 million for the capture of Maduro, but no one takes that seriously because you're not going to do anything about it. President Trump did something about it.
Let me ask
you. He did something about it. We went in, we grabbed him, he was arrested, and he's now in New York. No Americans were killed, no equipment was lost. It had to be done, and it's been done. And I assure you, the people left behind in Venezuela now that are in charge of the police and everything else, I assure you, they're going to probably be a lot more compliant than Maduro was as a result of this.
Well, President Trump told the New York Post there won't be troops in Venezuela as long as Delcy Rodriguez, quote, does what we want. She's already, though, demanding the release of Nicolas Maduro. As you know, she's insisting that her country never become a colony. What exactly does Rodriguez need to do to keep U.S. troops out of Venezuela?
Well, forget about the U.S. troops portion of it. What needs to happen for any of this to change, for our relations with Venezuela to change and our whole approach to it to change, the things we have talked about are the ones I've highlighted already. You can't flood this country with gang members. You can't flood this country with drugs that are coming out of Colombia through Venezuela with the cooperation of elements of your security forces. You can't turn Venezuela into the operating hub for Iran, for Russia, for Hezbollah, for China, for the Cuban intelligence agents that control that country. That cannot continue. Those things cannot continue to be in place. You cannot continue to have the largest oil reserves, in the world under the control of adversaries of the United States, not benefiting the people of Venezuela and stolen by a handful of oligarchs around the world, including inside of Venezuela, but not benefiting the people of that country. We've seen how our adversaries all over the world are exploiting and extracting resources from Africa, from every other country. They're not going to do it in the Western Hemisphere. Yeah. They're not. That is not going to happen under President Trump. Read our national security strategy. He is serious about it, and he's going to do something about it, and we're doing something about it.
Let me ask you about oil. The president says the U.S. is taking over the oil. The question is, I guess, if the purpose of the operation was to capture Maduro and bring him to justice, why does the United States need to take over the Venezuelan oil industry?
Well, we don't need to. The purpose, don't need Venezuela's oil. We have plenty of oil in the to allow is for the oil industry in Venezuela to be controlled by adversaries of the United States. Yes, understand, why does China need their oil? Why does Russia need their oil? They're not even in this continent. This is the Western Hemisphere. This is where we live, and Western Hemisphere to be a base of operation for adversaries, competitors, and rivals of the United States.
Have specific oil companies?
We also want to see that oil and the proceeds from it. Hold on. We want to see the oil proceeds of that country benefit the people of Venezuela. Why have 8 million people left Venezuela? 8 million, the single largest mass migration probably in modern history, left Venezuela since 2014 because all the wealth of that country was stolen to the benefit of Maduro and his cronies in the regime, but not to the benefit of people of Venezuela. You know how destabilizing 8 million migrants is? The number one fear that Brazil has, that Colombia has, that all these countries in the region have about what's happening in Venezuela and our involvement is they're afraid of another mass migration event. That's what they fear. This is deeply destabilizing stuff. It's not going to continue to happen. They are not going to come from outside of our hemisphere, destabilize our region in our own backyard, and us have to pay the price for it. Not under President Trump.
Let's talk big picture here. U.S. regime change, historically speaking, has not gone very well for the United States. In Iraq, in Libya, to name a few examples. Can you assure Americans, the people of the United States, that
we've got this phobia built up and this sort of thing that's number one, most of the people and it's clown hour. Okay, their entire career on the Middle East or some other part of the world, because that's where all the action was. Very few of them know anything about Western Hemisphere. Venezuela looks nothing like Libya. It looks nothing like Iraq. It looks nothing like Afghanistan. It looks nothing like the Middle East other than the Iranian agents that are running through there plotting against America. Okay? These are Western countries with long traditions, among their at a people-to-people and cultural level and ties to the United States. So there's nothing like that. So I think people need to stop ascribing the apples and oranges here, the apples of the Middle East, the oranges of the Western Hemisphere.
But do you...
Number two, this is about the national interest of the United States. And what I'm confident of is we are in a safer and better place because we're taking it seriously. The alternative would have been to leave Maduro there as an indicted drug trafficker, illegitimate president, running the country, open invitation for all of our adversaries to do whatever they want against the United States from Venezuela. That was not going to continue. The alternative would have been to allow a drug trafficker to continue to use national territory and elements of nation-state power to further drug trafficking organizations. Read the indictment. This guy's of their security apparatus, not to arrest drug traffickers, but to cooperate and facilitate the trafficking of drugs for the purpose of getting into the United States.
Mr. Secretary, President Trump pardoned the former president who was just starting a 45 sentence than 500 tons of cocaine. Does that undercut the administration's stated goal, as you did, to go after these narco-terrorists?
Number one, the former president of Honduras. So this is not someone who was in power, had any influence in politics of Honduras any longer. Number two, I don't do the pardon file. I'm not against it or for it. I just didn't review the file, so I can't speak to you about the dynamics that led the president to make the decision that he made. I think he talked about it yesterday at the press conference. He reviewed the file. He went through the arguments in it, and he felt that the former president of Honduras was treated very unfairly by the previous administration and made the decision that he made. But I think the answer, whether you agree with that decision or not, people can disagree. I mean, there's people out there who make a living out of disagreeing with anything President Trump does. That doesn't mean you leave Maduro in place. That doesn't mean you don't go after Maduro. That's not the answer. I see people saying that. It's like, well, you know, how can you go after Maduro if you didn't do this? That's absurd. The answer to that, whether you have a problem with it or not, is not to leave in place someone who's been indicted, who hasn't even faced American justice yet, but now will.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. I was referencing, obviously, the former president. White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles told Vanity Fair that an attack on Venezuela's mainland would require approval from Congress. Why didn't that happen, and will it happen with any future action the administration plans to take in Venezuela or elsewhere?
This was not an action that required congressional approval. In fact, it couldn't require congressional approval because this was not an invasion. This is not an extended military operation. This is a very precise operation that involved a couple of hours of action. It was a very delicate operation, too. It was one that required all these conditions to be in place at the right time in the right place. You couldn't afford leaks. We couldn't afford anything out there that would have endangered the mission and gotten people killed or killed off the mission and the optionality. We didn't even know if the mission was going to happen. How can you notify something you're not even sure if it can happen? Because in order for it to happen, you needed to have weather conditions in place. He needed to be at the right place at the right time. We needed to have forces prepared to go. There were a lot of factors in place. It was a trigger-based operation. But you can't notify that, number one, because you don't even know if it's going to happen, if those conditions will ever align. And number two, you can't risk it being disclosed. But this was not an attack on Venezuela. This was a law enforcement function to capture an indicted drug trafficker. And of course, we needed the Department of War to support it because they do have anti-aircraft missiles that could shoot down those helicopters.
But will you...
We had to take down radars. We had to take down those anti-air elements on the way in and on the way out. And that's what this was limited to.
But will you seek congressional approval for any further action in Venezuela or the region?
Well, we will seek congressional approval for actions that require congressional approval. But otherwise, they will get congressional notification. And this is not an operation that required congressional approval. In fact, this is an operation akin to what virtually every single president for the last 40 years has conducted. The difference is that when it's Donald Trump, all these Democrats go bonkers.
Is the Cuban government the Trump administration's next target, Mr. Secretary? Very quickly.
Well, the Cuban government is a huge problem. Yeah, the Cuban government is a huge problem. First of all,
is that a yes?
Cuba, but I don't think people fully appreciate. I think they're in a lot of trouble. Yes, I'm not going to talk to you about what our future steps are going to be and our policies are going to be right now in this regard, but I don't think it's any mystery that we are not big fans of the Cuban regime, who, by the way, are the ones that were propping up Maduro. His entire internal security force, his internal security apparatus is entirely controlled by Cubans. One of the untold stories here is how, in essence, you talk about colonization, because I think you said Delcy Rodriguez mentioned that. The ones who have sort of colonized, at least inside the regime, are Cubans. It was Cubans that guarded Maduro. He was not guarded by Venezuelan bodyguards. He had Cuban bodyguards. In terms of their internal intelligence, who spies on who inside to make sure there are no traitors, those are all Cubans.
All right. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, thank you for joining us after an incredibly busy 48 hours. Really appreciate it.
We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or.
I think it's pretty much self-explanatory. All you need to do is to just switch the character's name. Switch Venezuela to Nigeria, switch, and everything will make sense to you. That it is pretty easy to accuse Nigeria of everything that Rubio laid out. From the oil, from the lack of democracy, corrupt, you just fucking name it. I mean, we also present our president as a drug lord, so fuck it. So there are so many leverage right now that they have over us, and most importantly, the so-called people that will not pledge allegiance to the Chinese and the Russian, they can't try no shit. They will be annihilated and will finish them off too. So I don't know at this point. There's nothing way they happen now with that we'll never talk for the past couple of weeks, days, months. So guys, let's go home and see what how people they process them. Well, I don't know if you not strike deal, no come back, because I know if you come back without a deal, they go accompany you with with some few more strikes. So at this point, you can stay wherever you are until you get a deal. If not, you're dead like that. They won't carry you from there. It's better because make we begin look for another candidate. When I mean we, I'm talking about the APC family. I love me like when I see people are getting worked up when they see the display Tinubu and Opa hold the picture. It's always very funny to me. So I beg Tinubu, the APC, the progressive family have a lot of titans, a lot of stars that can step in and still win 2027 election. So if you no get deal, no come where you are. Because if I don't know me, America can't they use them, use us to negotiate. Me they won't carry you from there as they carry me duros. So be it. Don't leave us alone. You ask for the job, now you got it. So face it. These all it's part of the job description, which I believe you must have read and internalized. If you've never read the job description, go and look for it now. This is it. This is the time. Your presidency is at the crossroad. This will define your presidency. In fact, your presidency has already been defined, as far as I'm concerned. A weak president. Fuck up. Fuck up. You be the definition of what Bob Marley called when the rats are away, the mouse will come out and play. They go to bravo. They show your braggadocious. Flex muscle for Niger. They sanction them. Imagine that kind madness. Come on, small light. We know the way they give them, they sanction them. Eh? And now you could not manage the security situation that you met. And in fact, it's on record that under you, America bombers. So your president is pretty much can only go worse than now. I think you are not supposed to come back from this, but the opposition are the same. In fact, you are better than the opposition. All of them quiet. All of them quiet. Both those way they say, may America can take care of things. Everybody mute. They know it now is a collective problem. Now all of them it has nothing to do with only Tinubu now. If Tinubu make the wrong move, they will all pay for it. That they could seize their property abroad, freezing all their money and assets. Begin. That's what's going to happen to them. They know. So it is not. They can't even afford right now to criticize Tinubu like that. They can only make general criticism. Huh? Bill was talking about his education, certificates. You see, time we say we are the definite moment as a nation where it is because it's glaring, it's obvious to the blind and the deaf and dumb that Nigeria we don't buy market. Y'all guys are overdone yourself this time around. Y'all didn't see it coming, aren't you? All these rich people there. Y'all didn't see it coming. Those where they spend $5 million to educate children for Switzerland. Oh. Time is up. Change una not collect money. And now the problem, my problem with all this Nigeria elite be that how glued to us. So they just don't get limits. And so they begin collect from China. They can be mortgage every resources that they hear of. They don't even know where the resources they don't know. They all hear say resources is there, one village for Sokoto, and now waiting is there with it. Now the people who tell you the resources they there, now they will come they negotiate with you. They will undersell what is actually there to you so that they won't pay much. So they were all in bed. You were smiling to China, to Beijing, every fucking now and then. Congo Joseph, they educate everybody for there. Congo Joseph, they collect. I don't know when I problem I pass by being at Tinubu. No, at this point, I don't want to be that of them. So they know what is here, know what is coming, and they can see the consequences too, side by side. They know any move there is consequences. If you totally throw away the Chinese off the agreement you have, who you know what is coming for you. And if you fail to yield to what the America wants, even worse. They know. But guess what? As they say, it's too late to cry when the head is off. So, Tinubu, anywhere you dey, if you never get deal, come. Wait now. Why you know they talk, Asa, you just the type? Unmute yourself. So, Tinubu, I beg, anywhere you dey, get deal.
I be just say you know let me in now.
I saw your picture. I do your way you be back. Okay. So, my mind no clear again. I just saw your message. So this is what I'm saying. Wherever Tinubu is, make him no come back or if he no get deal. If not, if he come back with all this, Trump go have company now with Bumbo.
You know what they surprise me with all these things. the way people they take analyze them for Nigeria, how pedestrian the thing be, and
No, they
now
never
it make
understand.
people will understand already, playing their hands. Don't be surprised. You see the people that are rejoicing say these people are doing this thing. Nobody them will be the beneficiaries. So the way the game of power works is if you don't understand the laws of the game, you may see the result as awkward, weird. But
Now them they go first throw under the bus. Now they go be the first.
See what did they do? The Nobel winning prize. They just throw the girl, the woman, all from upstairs.
Trump says she's not smart enough.
So that is the brutality of power, and that is why it is very, very difficult sometimes to make people understand that when it comes to the reality of the international politics, may people just believe and say might is right. Now so it don't be for long. Now so it be now.
Yeah.
Now so it continue to be.
They don't already compensate the woman. I think she should have seen it coming. Say they don't give her Nobel Prize now. Who she be? They won't make her president again.
Yeah, she don't already become a traitor. She has a prize on her back. If she go back, and these are the Trump administration is trying to prevent previous miscalculations we didn't do before. Yeah, but as much as I like your analysis and all the things where they talk of and the way they genticulate on them, say they don't win the battle. Me, I know say there is resistance even inside the caucus. You see, now the people. Now two sources of capital, and all those people will get the capital are in the same business, but the world is transforming and people are making different hedges against the future. There is
I agree, but look at where you are. Look at what
there is a block that is spreading their risks. There is ones that are already hedged on a plan. So now where they see the nationalists, they form, they go fall on, and you will see the other ones that are more loose. So you see where the ABCD people and those liberals and
there's something you are. There's something you are missing, right?
Yeah.
Your conclusion come from analyzing the situation from the broader scope, like what the group can achieve, right?
Yeah,
You are not wrong. I agree. But again, there's another part that you also have to put into consideration: individual interest. What is Chinese interest? What is Putin interest? What is Nigeria? So once you analyze it geopolitically and in civilization group wise, also go to nation. What do you think the Chinese people are ready to sacrifice for the group of all, or for them first, right? Because again, you have to also put the dynamics of neighbors, China and India, for instance, right? Even the China.
Make I just talk something for you, make you hear now. I know, so you must have thought of it, but it's important at this juncture to say it. Allegedly, why do you think? Allegedly, why do you think that there is an active mining operation of rare earth minerals in northern part of Nigeria, and that part of Nigeria has been suffering with a lot of violence, and the government conveniently refused to, put that segment of society of mining in order, such that we'll see reports who is mining what, where, at least who is paying what tax, where, how. Everything is just done off the records. It's not by accident. It's not by accident.
Know.
Okay, so
but let me see. Let me hear your. Let me hear your reason.
That is being protected.
Let me hear your. What's that interest? Let me hear it so that maybe.
No, I'm not gonna say it. Damn it, I'm not gonna say it.
Okay. Okay.
I don't have to say it, but I just want you to get the concept. So
Oh, I
and
know now. Nothing where they happen where the states no, it's not in approval, and especially
yeah.
those who are at the corridors of power. So I get that point. But again, I dey also analyze our this thing from our own weak points, right? So when
No,
I dey
Tinubu
talk
should
say,
have gotten ahead of the
when,
situation. He didn't. He thought he could
huh?
maneuver the unmaneuverable.
No. When I dey talk say America will come out victory. Now, if I could bring it down to Nigeria, I recognize our weaknesses. We are too
Yeah.
compromised.
Mm.
You understand? We
Yeah.
so they are, and we it's just too obvious that our people that me and you, or people that you are actually basing your calculation on, that they will make move. You are at your own risk. They will throw you under the bus like that. All these people where they see, so because they
Yeah.
don't live with you. They don't live with you. We don't have the same
Yeah.
reality.
That's true.
So how you think say they will put your interest first when push come to shove? That's how you should see things. Because at
And nine,
last, this man will be replaced to
if
make a
you
decision.
hear waiting this guy they talk Marco Rubio, he say that Maduro has been fooling is that Marco Rubio himself is Cuban. I believe he is one of the agents that the capitals, the
Oh,
neocons, put in place, to
of
get
course.
into Trump ears and put ideas into him. So you can imagine the kind of vitriol that is going to fit into Trump, and for him to anyway. Trump does not have any moral leaning anyway. He's not even any guided by anything. But it is what it is. If now, as president, you have a sophisticated network of intelligent agents who, study the landscape, provide reports, and brief you. They most of the time try to prognosticate, and they give you different scenarios and different possibilities so that you can stay ahead of the curve. Now, I don't know what happened with Tinubu. Say sometimes there's paralysis of analysis. So you are too paralyzed. You didn't take action. You are analyzing until then throw bomb. You go and
No,
continue.
see, but you have to factor in how Tinubu come to power, right? From the Washington perspective, right? You said something about Marco Rubio that I totally agree with, right? He's a Cuban. His interest is literally tied there. He's been on, so you'll be the most beneficiary too, in terms of business wise and all that. So look at it from the Tinubu perspective and his Washington relationship. Now, Democrat bring him in. What is the agreement he had with the Democrats in powers at that time? And then how is that in contrast with the Trump way of doing things, right? So I think that
that is what waiting I
Tinubu they get problem.
That is where I said Tinubu and Buhari get difference. You see, Buhari's understanding of how states intelligence agencies work, versus the personality of the individual are two different things. Even though Buhari was brought in by the Democrats, when Trump came in, Buhari adapted and anticipated, and he actually went well with him. So if imagine, I don't like to say this, but I believe if it were a northerner that was president, we will not suffer this embarrassment. Somehow, I still believe that. It may sound arrogant, but I still feel as if there is some
No,
kind of generational understanding of politics.
history supports your point. So you know, be
Yeah,
arrogant. If you look at the history, it supports what you are saying.
that will make you to read these things better. But it is what it is, man. Shit happens. Now,
No, this is what I came to realize yesterday night, and let me put it to you and see if you agree with it, or you see. I mean, your opinion, right? Now, I think now, because I'm still trying to make sense with this Obi move, right? So what if the condition that the condition this Trump administration is given, putting into consideration the body language and the rhetoric of J.D. Vance, right? What if the ultimatum, or if the if what they are telling Tinubu should do is that you have to pick a Christian vice president and find a way to make the next president that will come from, of course, the North, to be a Christian president. Now, hear me out. Now, if that is what they told him, Obi moving to APC, ADC, and eventually now maybe ending up as a running mate to what's it called? Atiku. Does that make sense? That maybe if they eventually win, they will do one thing.
You remember the other day I was telling you that if Obi want twerk, main twerk for the people who get the real power. And if you notice, the people where they give us the warning before Trump, they pick them up. Now those people, the same obedience say them been come from, right? And these people, when you serve them, they like symbolic interaction. So when you come to the open, you say that you serve. You had a former New York mayor, what he said when he went to the wall, right? I served you. I did. They want it's a kind of what do they call it? I don't forget what they call them, but then it serves a purpose, you know. So if the willing servant is different from the servant that you have to whip, you know, before he conforms, because there's still an element in him. So you don't get my point now. That was why I was saying what I was saying the other time.
No, I understand my see. If you study my politics, if you align with exactly what you are saying, I lean towards more to the nationalists. That's why I say I kind of not be say it's not about that someone say they support Trump, no support Trump. I don't have what it takes to support Trump. I don't know why everybody, but they are nationalists. And I believe that if they are a true nationalist, it gives us a pathway too, right? For us
the problem is that as a nationalist, you are the minority and you are frustrated. That's the problem.
That's the point. So the Democrats seems to be globalists. They tend to measure everyone to. I don't fucking like that. We are not that solid yet to be playing at that. So leave us alone. Let's handle ourselves the way we want it, and see where we can go from there. So that's why I say I cannot lean to. So yeah, I totally understand Buhari administration, right? I understand what he had to go through too to make sure he appease the power that be. But as I said, Tinubu, I don't pity him. I don't feel sorry for him because the way he went to, make sure he get the power. I mean, it's not a wrong move to go that hard, but it comes with consequences. How you get power is very important. So yeah, so you have gone ahead to involve yourself in so many deals just to make sure you get power and stick to it. Now it's time. The pressure is on. You have to deliver. So okay, now let me ask you one other question. If
there's an opportune window though you are not looking at,
which is
I know finish your sentence because I make a note.
No, I wanted to ask you a question. I wanted to see if I don't know if you are looking at event from this angle. Do you think it will get to a point, or what is that point that we get to before the Nigerian elite will come to a consensus to say, come, Tinubu has to go, or the APC lead will say, come, Tinubu cannot. If Tinubu continue, it will be a disaster for the whole nation.
Yeah, it depends. It depends on if it reaches that critical point. Because when you go, what is Nigeria?
What is that? What do you think is that point? Just you have just an idea of what you think.
I don't like to say it online.
You are a smart man. You find a way around it.
But there is Nigeria is a company at its core. Let's just say that, and it's been put for rent. Just like you have a house and you put it out for rent. Now, you have you have that house and you put it for rent. So you been get like person who you put in charge of the house, say, take care of the house. So after enter, income substitute some rooms, can't give them to other people, can't they collect the money and in no court for the deal. You know, you get what I mean. So from that perspective, you see, you are being short-handed, like, you know. So what will happen if you get mad? You're going to sack him, right?
Yep.
Now sacking him in this metaphor that I'm using will mean say that country will be divided. Because there's an institution that, you know, because corporate power has to be, you know, protected by force. So the Nigerian people where they hold gun and one call them and all those top ones, they stand on something. Now, if that thing is threatened, they can all come across and say, "Man, beat it."
Okay.
Yeah, it's a possibility, but I think he is now all ears. Yeah, because of course he will have to listen to wise counsel, and now then populate, you know, the Security Council. So you can go and listen. But the problem is they're not too old, so some of them are not actually maybe reading the world as it is. I don't know, but if they are still connected with because we've been they tell us say some of them are literal 3-word agents. Okay, so probably they can get, you know, there is communication. It's not as if there's not communication. The deal is clear. It's on this table. It's just too complicated a maze for him to find it. And the problem is, you know, analysis, paralysis of analysis. He has signal don't tell whether they give him instead of him being act. In the overanalyze because they see money, say money go come. So come on overanalyze, think on turn to what it turn to. But it's not as if, you know, you can imagine the kind of people we have in the DMI. They are not fools. They are pretty damn good in their job. And I'm sure that information must have come to his desk. He underestimated something or overestimated his ability to maneuver. Shit happens. That's just it, going.
Yeah, man. It's an interesting time. Now I go. I really now I won't know how what kind of stock he's made of. This is where his leadership is.
You know, generals are different from where they Lagos with them.
Boy, my. What a time. So where in there now, Seth?
Me? You know, say na wenke alona na riga na wenke na sha na jika. Nothing there. I see that the Lucifer tana magana tana da na sha na rubuta shi da abu na sashi a rana ya bushe. Na wanke na sha na haɗiye ya shiga jini na ya riga ya shiga kowane gumi na yana ciki. So ni ne I am who I am. It's with me. No worry.
Kenne ginde akuya kenan. Kenne ginde akuya kenan.
Kuma dai me kace? Ni dai na san dai cewa ba zan tsaya mulakanta ba, insha Allah.
Na magina yake, na shiga ban kasa yake mutumin na jamin.
A kwantar da hankali. Ana gwada mishi yadda ake tafiyar da abubuwa.
Ina sai tambaye ka wannan when next when ina cika, you know, ka pinpointing there ko biyo on the, you know, likely they take over from Zulum. Why is that say?
Bani the interest a wannan game din, but
ya kaka ce baka da interest a kai?
Bani the interest a wannan game din. Ina playing at a different level.
Kai mutumin na ai da Allah nuna me hanya da Allah.
Wani hanya zan nuna maka? Amade ganin whoever it is, I don't bad amwana bane gaskiya. Amade I think Zulum will Kanaji Zulum zai sa loyalist in shi. That let's just leave it at that.
Ndumeva.
I don't know. Kasam
Ko by the interest ne.
Kabilanci.
By the interest ne.
But that's it. That's it. And the only thing kagane wannan maganar states in nan ba, yeah, I supporting I Southern Borno about Savannah State in su kawai. Amma problem din shine yanzu kuma where will be the capital? Yan Dambuwa za su ce su ne, yan biyu za su ce su ne, yan ina za su to ya za a yi da kuma kenan.
I not you I'm not in catch in predict isn't you.
Amma kuma ka san the logic in da ake amfani da shi wurin ba da state capital if you favor Dambuwa, right? Because you want a place that is less developed.
Oh, abun da suke kenan?
Yeah, that's the you know, like
well, okay.
Look at Yobe and Potiskum. Look at Bayelsa and Yenagua. You know, just look at Nasarawa and Lafia. Why Kefi is there? You know, there's a reason.
But with the Bundeke Parwa Sambisana Bakuzari Domboa, but they factum back.
An gaya maka wannan abin da ke faruwa a Dambuwan nan bai da alaka da what is happening now. Things are just maturing now push just be mature.
Na sani shi ya san shi ya sa nake cewa da na disadvantage ne yayi.
Akwai abu a ƙarƙashin wannan dajin ba banza bane. And yanzu time ya yi.
Ko za su ba Chibok.
It's possible. It's possible. But Chibok is too, Chibok is just too rural, nake gani, and kuma it's not in an intersection. Come on, Dambuwa is more like situated point kagani.
Correct.
Yeah. Man, play so many moving parts.
When the state in Naza is when he look at you kind of projecting that's what you creating state in. Can I get in?
I know
that's what 2027.
Yeah, probably by in 2027. Depends on concessions in the Akasa Samu the sauransu. Yanzu babban argument yadda ba wai it's not as if like the T guys, the BH guys are there to hold ground Kagane as an alibi, as a precautionary measure to not allow mining to start on that ground first. That is the purpose they are serving. Kagane, when that time reaches when they are no longer needed and they know how to deal a blow with them and they will leave that side. So now the whole thing, why I think the fragmentation of Nigeria into several states will happen is still along the lines of this new resource. Because people, they see like say that southern Nigeria get resources. The resources where they fight for now for north, all them be. Well, the traditional north anyway, we could talk about the middle belt upwards, maybe for south and because all those oil and they don't already their hands dirty.
Yeah.
So so the technologies of the future and what they need for it you know still here. So even in this chaos, some people will have opportunity. Like if you're a sellout, you're a sellout. Even right now, the economies of war are working. Like the people that are doing the contracting for the BH guys, for the YA, you know, they will just transition to the next. You know, the Wagner, you know, where in America they call their own, where they send all over, what do they call them? Those people, they wear black, they know they wear, tell me their name now.
CIA.
Which kind of CIA? No, CIA, they are official now. America has a Wagner. They operated in Iraq and Afghanistan, a typical, you know, a paramilitary force. They have the right to kill, to do everything, but they are not just American government. What's is it black? I forgot. Let me check. Let me check my so many things they happen, so you don't tell no say we have known that French intelligence done the activity for that area, and
Yeah.
yeah, and so a lot of people know, but we don't. Nigeria don't catch French intelligence like Oyibo man, but as they do in how they do now. So they cuckoo release and but information don't leak small, and so a few people knew, and then they killed it. So make I check this thing. People don't know what they talk about if they come on that doctor damages and one man want to that. People don't. I don't know. I don't know, man. And the problem with power is if you don't understand it, you are just a tool. You'll be used. Don't mind. They'll just that. I have a goal. I'm going at. You
Power
want
is for sale.
I'll match you and just go, man.
Power is
Just a
for sale.
brutal thing.
Helps to anybody.
Name of American paramilitary group contractors, paramilitary contractors in Iraq and Afghanistan. Blackwater. You know them?
Oh, yeah.
All right. You know when Buhari came into power, Jonathan been done call some South Africans say made them come fight BH bar. Who terminates their contract? Buhari did.
Now Buhari now, after I don't come.
Yeah, that was the reason for that. That's a posturing. Because the moment Trump became president, because but Buhari just enter, Trump become president. You get it?
Yeah. I was pretty much to know
So
now.
and what did Buhari do? He was proactive. Cancel that, man. It won't fly. You get it? Now there's a new sheriff in town. So that means he's following his intelligence agencies because now president, now former military president, where they don't do coup for before. So in already understand, the game, like be amateur. But I think this one did not get. Maybe he didn't fully get the briefings. He didn't fully understand the. I don't know. Maybe in don't old. Maybe in get dementia or amnesia. I don't know.
No, maybe in the rely on his connect from Paris.
France is dwindling power, man. You can't rely on no. Now maybe Buhari no wasting time now. In no now. You can't rely on these people because they are fundamentally, ideologically misaligned. So anything can happen. From an intelligence point of view, you cannot take that risk.
Yeah, but again, go blame him. That's where his
that's where his power lie. Yeah. That's
so
true. You
has
make
no
use
choice
of
in
what
a
you
way.
have, get what you want.
Yeah.
How can it? There's always that.
Yeah.
But you have to survive, Fakma. You have to survive. So imagine Yanzu, how many do you think Blackwater how many then be, and how many are they planning to recruit? Because you see that Sahel region.
Yeah.
This 8 years where you see where they form, because our youth for Nigeria now, they romanticize what do they call it, the military. They see that Ibrahim Traore, like, and I can understand in a sense, but come on, guys. What are we doing here?
Now, you have to give credits to the Chinese and the Chinese, the Middle East, and the Kremlin's media propaganda. They're good. You understand?
Yeah, they got to them. They got to them.
They're good. So, waiting that they, because then if you ask them what are the cause of the issue, they don't know. They just feel say America don't like Russia, so it's a good thing. It's a good thing. You understand?
Now they tell people say Russia was not taken by surprise by the invasion of Venezuela, and so was China. They will get notice. A lot of people don't understand the infrastructure that is behind, the workings of this world. People there we actually almost own the world with their money, so they don't go want. So they almost own governments too. So you see, at that level, we're no longer talking about governments. Just think of government as what do they call pieces on a chessboard, and then and maybe it makes sense like that. But the people we have, who are actual control, you don't even know them. They live anonymous lives, most of them. You may know the family name, but you can't point them out and it's even risky to keep talking about them, because when the algorithms pick it up, you may be in trouble. So some people will come online, they talk some things, and that's why I limit what I talk on online. Some things are not good, are not good for you yourself. That's why
if you don't eat every food, you should not be listening to everything.
Yeah. There are some things that you have to be ready. Before the way they tell us when it's time for war, when our grandparents will go for war, they have a special kaya da suke sawa kamar permalan ne, duk laya ne an daddaure shi a ciki. So idan baka shirya yaki ba, me zai kawo ka zo ka dinga buga gangan yaki? Yanzu abin da ya rage kawai Hassan, first of all, you have to survive before you can help others. Go back.
How can
even when you are on an airplane, and even if you have a toddler, the instruction is that you have to put the mask on yourself first before you put it on the toddler, because if you take the risk and say you want to put it on toddler, you could pass out, and if you pass out, then that means the toddler pass out. Now, it's very important that the resistance survive. So even if it is in our minds, we'll resist.
No, of course. We will survive.
Are insufferable.
We will survive, but just that at what cost, right? And we are saying at what cost because of the complexity of our own elites.
Yeah, we
that's why we ask. Yeah, So it is the onus is upon them now to
fix it,
bring the people to one accord.
Yeah.
If they want
so
the people
it's survive
to
or die. You cannot live a lie. It's survive or die. And survival means living your truth. Living your truth means getting a country that has a national identity. Our identity must be attached to our patriotism and to die for the land in which we call home, not to invite others and be happy when a foreign bombs. Oh my God, the treachery.
Yeah, but don't you think it is the failure of the elite for them to give us that national identity? Because if I ask you what's the national identity, you won't be able to tell me one. So again, I don't know why, but it is
the elites,
Right.
the elites try. The ones that try, they don't last. I believe, say, if for you to make that happen, you need some time, man. You need some time. You need Kagane. You need a generation at least to. I
No,
mean, you need
but at least the elites should be making attention. They should be trying. They are not. They fail at school to teach us what that means at school. I mean, at every stage, it is because it's benefiting them. That's what I just conclude. It's not that they don't know what they don't know what they needed to do.
especially the northern elites. Babu bawon da kai su wickedness, because mutanen mu ne, amma kuma gaskiyar magana shine kawai gaskiyar magana. The northerners are and it is because of that understanding of power, the kuma interests. That is what is abinda mutane ba su gane ba. So you, from the outside, you think Trump is more alike with Peter Obi. Meanwhile, he is more alike with the northern elites in the way they think, in the way they anticipate, in the way they are so selfish. Kagani,
I know.
so people don't see this, and they end up miscalculating. You underestimate them at your orders. And there's something with power. It is always better to be underestimated. So they don't go the true talk. They don't go the true show. But when
That's what they are role. That's what the role America is playing against China.
Yeah.
They underplay themselves and overplay
the opponents. So, man, it is what it is, man. You didn't say another plan A, plan B, plan C already. So, inshallah.
You're not kasa. No, I mean,
you are not far away from Raytheon, from Boeing, from SpaceX, from people who own these things, who do these things.
Fuck
You
that.
are not just.
I'd rather be closer to Azul Rock.
Come out with you for Kema. You want to traffic in the brainwashing of your people, Kenan.
Godfather role, nigga saying.
Godfather can you things are so fluid that we are not even sure if this politics thing will be in order in the next step. Things are so fluid right now. Calculations are shifting. Yep. Like,
what do you think is going on?
The reason now, let me tell you something. When you see northern elites are not keeping money in dollars, they are not keeping money. They are buying. And you know what makes this thing worse? The actual way that China was punishing the United States was through the monopoly. And if you notice, gold done expensive like crazy.
Because
they don't dominate all mining operations of gold to an extent that the ones where America they claim say they get for vault, say that thieves them be no be true. They don't already remove some hedge them on some things like that.
They just add more now from Venezuela now.
They don't thief na silver than thief for Venezuela. Say
no, they have gold too.
Yeah, they did have gold, but the silver is significant. It's not as significant as the gold.
Yeah,
the silver is significant. So these things are no. It's not everybody that knows these things. People just see what's on the news channel. They don't say the news. They are all bought. If you need the real information, you have to dig deep. If you don't dig deep, sorry, you just keep on going on your assumptions until a day you make the wrong mistake and fall into the wrong trap, and then. Like Otto von Bismarck said, in the end, all things will be decided by blood, steel, and earth.
Yep. Yeah, Abuja. Kana Abuja ko ina kike?
Na Maiduguri.
Really?
Me kake so a Abuja?
I sit on power ne.
Aso Rock. Aga ma Tinubu beje ojujun da suka mishi wanka kafin shiga asoro ba su mishi mai kyau ba. Why calamity
She's
go
city
come
boy.
fall on him
I
like
said
this?
she's city boy, ne.
So city boy, but see in infinity markings, I was expecting him to be more than that, man. The symbolism. I've been thinking, say, you okay, see Kokoso, which is red cap, see Tunubu, which is infinity stone, and you can identify people, but by how they, they choose to talk to you symbolically. And I maybe a lot the kind of education we have here, and maybe if you I they talk too much, make I just keep quiet. But there are some homework that you need to do that he didn't do well. He didn't, and the kind of people who surround himself with, maybe I don't know, something somewhere. Someone was too greedy. Someone was looking at the money and was not looking at the implications, and decisions were made. If you are not
All
willing
the
to give
time.
your life, Koi, don't come close. Don't come close here.
Yeah, kana zama a Maiduguri, amma baka da interest wanda zai take over from Zulum. Kai kana aiki a UN ne? Or a
Na
NGO ne?
ruwanka, babu wani aikin da zan yi.
Kai got to ma kai CIA ne, shege.
Ka ji gayan nan? Ni me?
Wa kana kafin buranta ba nono.
Ni ba komai ba ne.
Kafin buranta ba nono.
Ni ba komai ba ne. Kawai dai ina kallo ne,
Uban wa
ina
kake ma aiki?
ni almajiri ne.
Na ce uban wa kai kana ma aiki. Uban wa.
Ba wanda nake ma aiki sai kaina. In kai aiki ma wani kake yi, ba ma kanka, ma iyalanka, ma 'ya'yanka ba. Da kaina nake yi. OVA, ka san Sigmund Freud, father of psychoanalysis?
Sigmund Freud? Nah.
Sigmund Freud, a Jewish psychologist of the 18th century, very noticeable. He is the father of psychoanalysis. He did the theory. He separated, the id, the ego, and the super ego. When in popular
The
theory,
what? Nah.
okay, like for example, that the human being at his core, he, like, if you want to understand him, you have to understand three separate concepts. That is the id, that is the ID, just like ID. That is, he said, is the most fundamental. Just it is driven by the primitive instinct of survival, and that is where thirst, hunger, sex, all those things come. And then the ego, well, the ego, everybody knows ego because it's usually uh, the thing that all of us, have, and we use. It shows in our personality so well. And then there's another aspect you go to, which is the super ego. And that, when you get to the super ego, and that is the aspect of the brain where um, religion, brainwashing, psyops, whatever you want to call it, that's the place that they occupy, because you need that, because you need somebody to be dogmatic in something. Okay, so this guy, Sigmund Freud, in uh, base a lot of things on the uh, that, okay, for example, now imagine a horse and a man, and Mene abinda what do they call abinda ake rike kan wannan doki da shi? Not the lash, you know, you need to hold what's the name? What's it called in English?
No, I don't know.
The ropes that you control the horse with, me ake ce mishi. Dai na san da Hausa ana ce mishi lalibe. Anyway,
Think about.
just imagine, you know, that rope as being your ego, and then the man on the horse as being no, imagine the man on the horse as your ego, that rope as your id, and then the horse as the super ego. So depending on where you put your strength, you put your mind in, that's how your personality, your attitudes, your traits, your behaviors will be shaped. And sometimes people come from, so some people are certain so that is why like power favors people like Trump. You'd be surprised if you go back to history, the kind of weird, awkward people that in society that actually awkward. Honey, the Trumps, the Kim Jong
Yeah.
Uns, like the Putin. Putin muna ganin ma kamar ma yana da mai sunan shi, he has a many term obsessive compulsive disorder, on the mutanen da they don't like anything to touch them, they keep wiping them. I can't say mistake. So like people, awkward people, you see, as you are an outcast like this, power favors you. See Tinubu, people they call him mumu. No stop up president. Buhari, where people they call him say it's the dullest president. Wait. See Trump, how psychotic, but he is the he is the president. God damn it. Yeah, Xi Jinping, if you see the way Xi Jinping they smoke cigar, he smoke past you now. You know, you they smoke. You know they smoke now. Up till now. And you
He's
hear
more
him
buoyant than me. So
yeah, he's fat. The nigga is fat. Yeah. And you hear him and Putin they talk about 150 years. Nigga, I gotta survive, man. I gotta reach. I want to see what's gonna happen, man.
yeah, now you go sit down for where they throw. Well, as I've concluded, CIA, so
If that case psychoanalyzing, there is so psychoanalysis in itself. Wani tool ne wanda ana amfani da shi, amma kuma sai ka iya amfani da shi, za ka yi amfani da shi.
kana ce ina psychoanalyzing ka yanzu.
Shi ne na gaya maka na ce psychoanalysis in. I'm just telling you because you said
Na
you want
abun da nake yi
to,
ba ito.
and I'm telling you that awkwardness, you're not fitting in is an advantage from the outsider. From the outsider, from somebody who doesn't understand power, he thinks that rules you out. But in reality, it is what brings you in. You are rebellious.
So what? Wow.
And rebellion is important.
Oh.
You have left religion, for God's sake. You are not Christian. You are not Muslim. That's rebellion.
Are you not saying that the future of Nigerian presidency is in my future? Is that what you're saying?
It's possible. Aren't you seeing it? Look at where the world is going.
Zaka campaign my Igbo smoker de undeke shan wiwi.
Not one of the Igbo if my interest is served. We're talking about a new age of biology where, you know, the CRISPR-9 technology, gene editing.
Yeah.
Things are advanced, man.
I'm saying katabazon dumbuane.
Na sha zuwa Dambuwa, amma ban je Dambuwa lokacin da babu crisis ba. All my zuwa Dambuwa was, you know, in helicopters. Ba zuwa bane. I've never been to wannan hanyar da kuke bi.
Oh. And also Gyama is declaring for presidency. And there's declaring Keda. Zenje Ajari Adomboa.
Ciao.
Zenje Kopa Ajari. Chan is declaring
Yanzu
presidential ambition.
haka 'yan dambuwa da 'yan biyu da and duk 'yan dai Southern Borno will buy waye duka, all of them are in that space of arguing who is going to be the state capital. So involve yourself, man, at the local level. Can get in touch with your people, Kaji, where you are, where they are, and start join them.
Okay. They don't we neighbor that okay neighbor. Ay, Ajari.
Karka rena kanka. Mutanen
Kaste
saboda in abubuwa suka canja a rate inda za su canja ba sai sun zaɓe ka ba.
ma yan basu state zan jejan contract ko za ba ne contract sport whatever da nake so ina sai mutane arewa shani
yawa kaga duk stretch in ne shani ka shani ma ka kai biyu ba nisa.
Yeah. In ka taho daga Dumbuwa za ka iso biyu kafin ka iso shani. Daga shani za ka yi ba Gombe.
Daga shani za ka je ka har me sunan wannan gurin akwai wani ƙauye ya Mirzalan. Ina ga ƙauyen nan yana kusa da Bayo ne. Akwai Briel, akwai me sunan wannan daɗin kowa.
Daɗin kowa.
Sai ina ne? Da na bi hanyar nan ta can sosai.
That is what daɗin kowa.
This is clear. Wurin nan is clean ba komai. Wurin is clean.
Me ka ji ka nema daɗin kowa ne? Ka gane kurwa wajen ne?
Yawwa, ka san I love Margi women. Babu.
Ina so na doka na Abuja ne. Ina so mu samu studio Abuja, mu yi podcast studio dem, mu yi lobbying. Ina so in shigo lobbying. Shi yasa ne ka so in zama Abuja.
Kana da kuɗi.
Ha? Ina da kuɗi zan je zama kauye na ne in Abuja.
That means I can look a lobby in Nigeria. What will you lobby here? Or you want to lobby in the United States on behalf of Nigerian interests?
No, they in Zama Abuja. Ni da Nigeria ni ba bayan da wani takarda ba, ni passport da nake da shi ba Nigeria ne kawai. In Trump ya kama ni yanzu zai jeho ni a kauye na. Just like that.
You have nothing to be afraid of.
No. That's not so social. I mean, ticket ne.
That's the first signal then when the Tinubu misread. Now when Venezuela. I'm not. Was it Venezuela? No. Asylum seekers. Yes, he was going to bring to Nigeria.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was a misread signal. It was not actually about that, and they misread it somehow.
What was it about?
I don't know. I'm not gonna say, but they misread it. Kasancewa algorithm yana fassara Hausa ba ko?
Forget about algorithm nan. Wa'an okay din CIA ne na yadda.
Ka ji wani abu fa.
Dan CIA.
Abubuwa ne suka canja. An muka haɗu da kai za mu tattauna karka da mu.
Ai kana zama Maiduguri?
Idan nike nuna fiska na kuma shine kake tambaya na wani inda ni wancan abin da kake faɗa ne abu zan nuna ma fiska na ba.
Kai kasi cewa ni dan talaka ne ba abin da zai yi maka so Hausawa suka ce fuskar talaka ba zai komai ba.
Ni ne ko talaka kai talaucin na kai ka sani.
No, kasi cewa ni ban da wani karfin da zai yi komi ba. Shi yasa kike.
Kai dai mu bar wannan magana. So yanzu ina aka kwana? Where next? Colombia, Cuba?
Wane?
Where are you guys planning to, the Magas?
Nace ni kai na ce ma ni na dan Najeriya ne fa. Ni ba dan ni da ko driver license ma ban da shi. Iya kama ni yanzu that is over.
It's not over, man. America kaɗai bane duniya, man. The artists.
No, ba haka ba ne ba ni ba na son ni na gaji ma ba na yin komi a nan fa. Ba na aiki ba na yin komi. So
and it's only gonna get worse. Kagane, the AI, they are coming.
Magana da muka yin nan na fi son yi a Abuja ko a kauye na. Wallahi.
Yeah, like idean podcast in nan yana da kyau. Let's see how it goes. We have to do it in such a way that in zamu iya kawo wani wanda zai representing in yan kudu. Amma dole sai mu yi aiki da mutane ta ciki saboda ya zamto we are quite rooted. Abun namu ya zamto around yanda za a yi mu daga we creating identity.
Yeah, to wani anya kana so mu bi ne mu yi bude wani channel.
You have to. An egg in itself will not become an animal alive, and then a sperm on itself will not. It has to fertilize. You have to fertilize the egg. You need some time to incubate and then hatch. You feel me? So I think we better talk to WhatsApp better than one.
Yeah, na gane.
Dare fa yana yi fa. Kai baka kallon Afcon ne wai kai man. That's boring, man. All work and no play. Inda mutum ba zai dinga dan mutum da dinga dan wannan hypertension zai kama mutum ai. You need to cool off, man.
Nah, shi yasa nige shan wiwi.
Ki ka riga ka samu shortcut kenan.
Life. In kana zama a bangare din nan baka da choice there. Zaka yi associate da wani drug or another. That's the only way to go because aki kawai suka yi nan. Ni kuma fuck it. But many niggas so they say
the goal is to retire at 55. My goal is to retire at 55.
Well, don't kana aiki ne shi yasa kana retire. Muna retire since bed. Fuck it.
Allah. So we are already
yes, sir.
We are
yes, sir.
Tools. We have to work. If we don't work, things are not good. Yeah, you have to.
Well, kasi about the nike so she yasa nike so podcast na. Podcast ni ba really podcast but media in general nike so ni.
Okay.
That's like retirement package. That guy.
Yeah. So if you've got to do that, then it's got to be around building a community. Kagari, not around just passing information. And then it has to be a community with an identity, with a flair, with something that gives meaning. Because a lot people will go into. And when some technologies begin to surface, people will go into when mood ne when the kamang anyi one and insu.
Yeah.
Insu. Yeah. So when people go into that mood, the more people you have under you in the community, the more you have a package. And people will need inspiration to survive. because it's not going
Yeah,
to be
sir.
easy.
Nina so in our organically, nina so in on ground. She has a nina so in so that in she got Korea the Korea, Angwa the Angwa. In Magana then she got studio kuma you know.
Oh, the production, the team, the producer, the co-making, and the editors.
That
Oh, it's
yeah, that comes as
big
well. Yeah,
operation. Yeah. And okay, so let's talk. Let's talk, man.
because the
Need money.
the on top population are still the encouraged in Kagane.
Yes. Amma wani ƙauye.
Oh
Wani
yeah,
ƙauye.
Korea in
How?
Nigeria, the West Africa. More than that.
Yawwa. Maybe now, yeah, but yanzu in ka shiga Mali ko Niger ko waye, like they don't welcome Nigerians any longer. Ka gane ko?
Okay,
So you have
okay, that's another thing.
they have to
We
stay
have to
in your
work.
sphere of influence. Yeah,
No. It depends. No, it depends. It depends. I mean,
how things go, ba? Yeah.
no, we kind of have like a good appreciation of geopolitics, how things work. So maybe that we send that in podcasting around Pan Africanism so that we will get that access.
Yeah. You have to be careful how you hedge on it, Kagane. Um what's your goal? Is it money? Is it are
Ah,
you do you truly want to give people that what are you willing to put your blood where your mouth is? Because this is no longer about your money, where we're
I
going, where
mean,
the world is heading.
isn't that how it's going to end at last? Is there that way to go out?
Well, depends ko yana da nashi plan din, and tun da yanzu people are making it clear cewa ba za su ga abin da ke gabansu ba. If you want to be dogmatic, you can also be selfish and self-preserve. There's nothing wrong with it. I don't see it as any moral quandary
Last, so
at
it's
all.
still going to end.
Yeah, it's gonna end one way or the
So
other. There could be a nuclear winter. It's one of the possibilities. You can't rule that out.
what 1 week? Why winter? Not why not summer?
Yeah, because it's the winter that's gonna, actually do the damage. You'll be lucky if you get the summer because thermonuclear fusion, woo, that's the easiest way to go. You won't even know what hits you, man. It's just so smooth. Kagani, there'll be nothing left. Nothing left. Just like a star explodes into a supernova. And so you shall. That's your origin anyway. So you go back there. So you die with a bang. Amma kaga wanda za su rage,
Perpetual slavery there.
when it's slavery, everything is poisoned, and because most plants will die.
Oh yeah, okay, I got okay.
Yeah, because there'll be so much ash. The sun will no longer be able to heat up the biosphere, and that will mean everywhere is going to be fucking colder than Antarctica is right now. And so akwai wa'annan winds in tropical continental winds wanda suke kawo weather systems around the globe. So za su kawo, in an gama jajjefa nuclear da su za su kawo radiation in duk inda kake. So people will die off, animals will die off, plants will die off, but there will be isolated ecosystems in the kamar suna deep caves, dwellings, when the hydrothermal vents, when they can still survive, and after a few hundred years, another civilization may well come out. Who knows? Maybe not humans, maybe some humans, maybe something else. Why is any? Shorting is in there aka harba nuclear. Ni da kai, we are going one way or the other.
That's a done deal.
and they know it. So those who are invested in when the quit running, I will do that. They don't want to lose it, so they make sure that there are safeguards, and probably that is why kaga ba escalation aba. Come on, Russia, the NATO. In the ache lokacin farko ne, I that thing if it don't happen now. But why do you think it's not happening? And probably at some point they will still engage, but I don't think it will reach that option. But if it does reach that option, man, what a way to go. So I don't rule anything out. I'm not ruling anything out. I see the situation as fluid, and it can, or it may end the way you think it will end. It may end somewhere in between, and it may end at a decisive, defeat of the American empire and the empire unraveling about there. Because now, it can no longer, it has overstretched and overspent, and can't keep up with the technologies of the next age. And yeah, it may happen. You need to just look at some things though, and know that America is acting on desperation. They need to start putting guns on people's heads if they are to survive. And usually this is the sign of a dying empire. So what will give you a clear picture is just look at the International Space Station, for example. If you look at the International Space Station, so the United States expelled China, I think like 6, 7 years ago, that they didn't want China among the astronauts because of some reason Chinese are, stealing their data, something like that. I don't know what meaning. And right now, the ISS is due to be decommissioned by it's in 2030, but it's 2026. So I kind of 4 years. Just look at what China has built within the space of that. And they are still continuing to build one in there, labs, science experiments. Just type in your Google right now, patenting and scientific research. Who is doing the research? Who is actually investing in STEM? Who have more people in STEM that are actually, and somehow Donald Trump is he is there to kill the American empire, not actually to resurrect it as most of you think. So it looks as if that is what he is doing, but the goal is for him to make sure that people, re- remove their hedging from the infrastructure of the United States to the other. So it's symbolic interaction. He could believe what he's doing is right, but he is also a tool. That is what a lot of people. So sometimes you talk and people will see as if you hate Donald Trump. No, I don't hate Donald Trump. I just hate what he represents. I don't hate the Chinese. I hate what they represent. And I know a lot of people, they see me, they don't hate me personally, but they see a northerner, they see a Muslim, and they hate what I represent, and that is normal. Kagane, it's normal. That's the way the human brain has evolved to be. Anyway, this computer interfacing and why that is coming to give people their echo chambers, you will very soon everybody go listen to what you want to listen to, you go hear what you want hear, you go they lost inside that universe of unknowns, of I don't know which kind of depravity will happen inside that world. But so
If it's unknown, it will be better,
it's
but it will
unknown.
be
Yeah.
controlled, and it's not
Yeah, the moment you put
controlled by
that chip into
people.
your head, chicken,
Like,
and they'll put the virus in it and control you. Like there's always been slaves and there will always be slaves. I think slavery as a concept is a function of nature. It's not only human beings that have slaves, even ants have slaves. If you know, you know. And ants, they have slaves. They make and they have that they have like cows. That a different species of ants actually. They have cows. So what those cows do is they produce something like that. It's like nectar, like honey, like so they farm them. They keep them, they grow them, they farm them. So there's a hive mind that is behind all this intelligence that we think we have, and we are somehow unleashing the AI. And there's something about this AI that is demonic. There is something about it that is demonic. And that is why I believe what is coming is just there's no way to describe it. If you look at, for example, the statistics as well, and look at what sites online mutane suka fi zuwa, porn is shine a sama. You get it? Because that is a hacking, that is a psychoanalysis approach. And to so they apply psychology and psychiatry to the technologies and how they deploy them. There's military applications, biological warfare, psyops. Man, we are attacked from angles in the mutanemu. They are not even ready. So we are mad. Yeah, I agree. Call me whatever you want to call me. No worries, man. To each his own. Kawai, lakum dinukum waliya din. Shikenan. Kowa ya je ne. Duniya bane rai ne fa kawai. You just woke up one day and just saw yourself. Yeah? Did you plan to be here? Did you even choose your parents? Nigga, be humble. Just be humble. It's nothing bad. Nobody knows anything. Things can happen. Things can be good. Things can be bad. Things can change, and that's one of the things in life. But it's just that people avoid pain and seek pleasure, and I think there is such a time to face pain, to just face it and feel it. There's a time to cry. There's a time to bleed. There's a time to be happy, to be merry, and there's a time to, of course, die. Yeah, that's that. If it happens, it happens, but that's not the goal. Early, you want to at least leave a legacy. I be like say I will go watch ball. Oh.
You want this ball?
I go watch football, I beg. Go be Monday. Make I just go watch ball. I go visit the like this is African. Anabuga African Nations Cup back I don't know what.
That's my guy. Yara na iskani.
So that's how much heartbreak go.
Wallahi sulalache.
Sulalache, yes.
So much money.
Yeah, they are all now at your boss. Grew up in academies. They are not your typical Kanus that were playing on the streets. Nah, things have changed. Now, if you ain't got money, you ain't going nowhere, man. Yeah, but some make it, some are still lucky. Like, the randomness of life is what people who invest in the things that they invest in want to control. And that is where I don't want that aspect of randomness of life to be gone. The things to be so corporatist. To me, what's the joy of life any longer? I know it to be nihilistic now. Come on.
It's to be what? It's to be a cog in the machine.
Our fates are sealed to some extent.
Nah, Nah, I
To some
disagree.
extent. Some
You say
extent.
our because you
Oh,
said our. So
mine.
your
Like, I carry my cross. I carry my cross. Yes, that's true. That's true.
so if you say
Yeah,
your
yeah, yeah,
faith
yeah.
is sealed, who sealed it?
My faith is still.
Who sealed it? Huh?
God, me, conscious.
Because you take life too serious. You are trying to make meaning of what is you are trying to make meaning of what is meaningless.
Ah, you said that. I didn't say it.
It's not me, that's what it is.
Yeah, you could be right.
I'm always right.
What's the option? What's the option?
Just enjoy the ride.
Man, this ain't no right, man. It's
Well,
risky
you are
stuff.
you are going somewhere, you are going to death. That's where you are headed. So you either move, enjoy the process. All you have is time
Well, it's
and
true. It's an
attention.
adventure. Yeah, I would
Yeah.
take it as
All
an
you have is
adventure.
time and attention. That's what you have.
Yeah, because
So,
in the real truth, nothing exists but you know the
so
now.
how you
Yeah,
use
it's
it
the
is
now.
yours. Nobody should nobody can tell you
Yeah, no,
you killed it or you flop it. You flop it. No. You are the only one that can decide and determine.
yeah, I
So
get what
that's
you're
it.
saying.
So you
I
either
get
see it
what
like
you're
that or
saying.
you
I
huh?
get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I understand it. But
That's
I
not
know
the
where
only
I'm
option.
coming from.
The,
Yeah.
the other option is for you to be a cog in the machine. They all lead to the same
Well,
destination,
I'm
death.
already a cog in the machine. I am already there. Is the goal is to retire at 55. Shine kawai.
What is retirement? What's retirement? What define it? What do you mean by retirement?
How to 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 do my life's calling, to just go and do some art, live as close to nature as possible, as disconnected to devices and algorithms
So
and all
what's
these things.
stopping
Just
you, right?
live
What's
a more
stopping you right
organic
now?
life. Now,
Yeah. Yeah, it's as if the only price you have to pay for it is to get out of get out of the machine.
yeah,
That's
and
the
I
only.
can't. I need the money. I need a fam. I need to sustain myself and family. You know,
I
it's
don't
a
think
catch
sustainability.
22. It's a catch 22 for
No.
now. For now.
So when you say sustain yourself again, it's relative. So what you mean?
Man, I'm tired, man. I don't drink Calibol. Let's talk offline. Bye bye.
No, Anjima.
Yo,
Oh my. Oh. So anyway, waiting a good day. Wanna let her know say if you no get contract, if you no sign the deal, may no come because they go find and come and we can't afford it. Let him stay there and finish with them. We are not worried. We are good. We are good. Wait, I don't even forget say today now. Sunday. Where is Dr. Damages? Is it it's not come on yet? It's crazy. It's a it's a day. 90 minutes Africa. Wait, Dr. Damages you no get anybody for himself to be the guest. I know quick remember for Well, it said he's under the weather, so maybe that's why I escaped. Global shockwave continued to ripple after the United States dramatic invasion of Venezuela and of President Nicolas Maduro, followed a shaking and unexpected turn, taking an unexpected turn. Gumi brutally deleted the social posts critically of Donald Trump and the United to yourself. I do not know they want to do Nigerian citizen is already been Trump no fee just because he can use the state apparatus that so on this special afternoon show, we unlock and win the global recognized. We also turn to focus on Nigeria towards 23 election. So Middle East, Nas being captured by Trump. Yeah, and development that occurred yesterday. Even I say I don't try this month. Who I need to about this Meduro? Yes. Who is that guy? Who is that? Where is that? So, one of my favorites gets fucking enjoying the holiday. I think all in one than this. If Peter B cannot define what we'll be talking about it, okay. Well, I like this. I should keep it on, man. Make one look on the tell us story. Modernization, Gome, and all this. So Gome deleting tweets. What does that even mean? So if you not delete and Trump will come back because you know like guys are overreaching. Goddamn reaching it. Dr. Damage has been captured by Trump. Oh, that's why he's under the weather. That's a good one. I go tell him that. I'll go tell him. I say now Trump I get down now. All right, Nat. What peace? And anybody out there? See you guys, Anjima.